Hello, everyone. My name is Rob Goslin, Director of Space, and I just want to make sure everyone hears me okay. So if you want to give me a thumbs up in the chat, we'll get started right away here. Okay, thank you, Annie. Perfect. Okay, well, I'm just going to share a few things as people start coming in here before I bring on my other wonderful co-hosts here. So I want to welcome everyone on behalf of my whole space team. So we've kind of thrown the phrase space team around, but we're a small team with big heart. And you'll probably have heard from my wife, Jenny. She is our main student communicator. And she also does some coordinating with our Signum tutorials program. If you have signed up in BlackBerry or have asked a question on our main email, space@signumu.org, you will have probably already heard from Jenny or exchanged messages from her. Just so grateful for her, and she's taking care of the kids while we broadcast from our home today. So big welcome from Jenny. You'll be meeting Pilar fairly soon here. She will be one of our co-hosts, but she is also our faculty liaison in space. And what that means is that anyone interested in teaching in our space program, she helps orient them to the program, answer their questions, see what the best fit might be. And so just so grateful for that work that she does, and I'll introduce her a little bit more because she also teaches in our program. A big hello also from Sparrow. Sparrow is our Zoom boss. She does all the Zoom links for every one of our sessions, and we run 20 or so classes a month. And you can imagine that's a lot of Zoom links that you're making and making sure everyone is scheduled properly. She works with preceptors and students, making sure all of our classes have uh, good schedules. She's part of our core team, and a big hello from her. Just a note about our main email. Please use this if you have any questions anytime. You will hear from Jenny when you use the main space@signumu.org. It does go to all of us, but she'll be the one who will get in touch with you. So please use that if you want to reach out to us. I also wanted to share that we have very new to our kind of group. David Marks and Nakat Fatima, and they are helping me develop new things on BlackBerry. And there's some wonderful new things that we are launching uh, beta. So we have all of our capsule sessions today. We have discussion groups for them on BlackBerry. So if you are enrolled in one of your sessions today, you will find on your dashboard on BlackBerry a discussion board link. And we'd love for you to continue the conversation, ask questions, post interesting points that come up from today's sessions. We also have on the main showcase page a way to follow and track with today's sessions. So you'll see highlighted in green when our capsules are going, and it'll help keep us to time and that kind of thing. This is from David Marks, so big thank you to him. And our discussion groups are from Nakat Fatima. So these are our new folks that are helping me so much as we continue to build the BlackBerry platform. You may know the name James Tauber. He and I have been working on BlackBerry for 4 years now. And now we're just so delighted to have Nakat and David a part of our dev team. You can also, maybe you use this button already on your homepage, you're able to join your Zoom links. Thank you, David, for this. So we're very excited about these new developments that can make things easier for our users. What brings us here today are our preceptors, and we are just so delighted for the sessions that we're going to be running today. So you'll hear from each of them if you're enrolled in that particular session, but it is free to enroll. That's what these showcase events are all about, for you to check out our program and to check out what our preceptors are offering. So feel free to enroll in sessions that you haven't already if you just enrolled in one or two. And you can uh, be able to catch those and the discussion groups connected to those as well. So we've got a full morning of 30-minute presentations from each of our preceptors, and I just want to invite my co-hosts on to join. Hi, Pilar.
Hi,
Hi,
Rob.
Jean. Great to see
Hi,
you both.
Jean.
Hello, Pilar. Hello, Rob. Hello, Signum
Hi
World.
there. Okay, well, this is our official welcome with my wonderful co-hosts here. And again, my name is Rob Goslin, Director of Space. And I'm delighted to celebrate our 4.5 year mark of our program with all of you. I'm joined today by two wonderful co-hosts, Pilar Barrera and Jean Pryor. Let me start by introducing Pilar. Pilar is our faculty liaison for space, supporting our preceptors every month and teaching several modules herself. She leads a Japanese language series and also teaches in fairy tale studies and in art history. We're lucky to have her here today.
Thank you, Rob. And I'm very happy to introduce Rob in return. Rob is our Director of Space Signum Tutorials and Signum Partners. He's a former K-12 teacher with degrees from the University of Regina and Signum University. He brings a deep love of language and literature to all he does. And when he's not working with students and faculty, you might find him designing tabletop games, making music, or adventuring outdoors with his family.
Yes, thank you, Pilar. And now I'd like to introduce Jean. Jean Druids Fire Pryor serves as our digital moot facilitator for Signum University, and she helps administer our Discord server. In her spare time, she's an avid gamer and streamer, especially for the Lord of the Rings online, and we're very glad to have her with us today.
Thank you, Rob. It is great to be here.
Great to have you, Jean, Pilar. So together, the three of us will be your co-hosts for today. And just a big welcome. This is our ninth showcase. Welcome to it from all of us.
Every spring and fall, we host a space showcase as a kind of open house. These events are designed to give preceptors a platform to share what they are offering, help students explore the breadth and depth of our programs, and to celebrate our growing space community. Our motto is learn what you love with others who love it for the sheer joy of it. And this is exactly what we're going to be doing today.
Today, you'll meet several preceptors through short 30-minute sample sessions we call space capsules. A great way to experience what a 1 month capsule is like. Today's capsules come from three of our sectors: fantasy studies, general humanities, and living arts. Later, we'll share what's coming up in space, highlight our other sectors, including language and creative writing, and host a Q&A. At 1 p.m. Eastern, we'll close the showcase and hand things over to our president, Dr. Corey Olson, for a Signum University update.
Yes, and Dr. Corey Olson is here today. We'll be bringing him in a little bit. Actually, Corey, I'm going to bring you in now, okay? So, because we are going to do a space draw and for a space token. And okay, Corey, I've just promoted you as a panel. What is a space token? A space token allows you to participate in any one module with us. It allows you to pre-enroll for a module coming forward or enroll. And so essentially one token allows you to participate in a 1 month class with us. And tokens never expire. They're your credit kind of token for BlackBerry for you to engage with us. Well, we're going to make a draw out of all of our participants or all of our registrants among our showcase folks. And could you, wherever you are sitting in the world, please give me a drum roll as Jenny, if you can pick a name from among our group. Okay, winner of our first space token. We're going to do one more draw at noon. Winner is Chaz. We just have an email for you, Chaz. So I'm calling you Chaz because Chaz is part of your email address. But you can always update your full name in BlackBerry. So congrats, Chaz, and you'll be hearing from Jenny. If this is your first exchange with us, just make sure you check your spam filter and get that message. We will be delivering you a token today for you to jump into your first module. Or maybe you've already taken with us. Congrats, Chaz. Okay,
Th-
so
Thank you, Rob.
mhm.
So, before we begin, here are a few quick guidelines. All sessions will be recorded so you can catch anything you miss. Feel free to ask questions in the Zoom chat, and you're welcome to attend more sessions than you register for. We will be using the same Zoom link all day. And this is for preceptors. At the 25-minute mark, we will give you a gentle time warning to wrap up. And now I think it's time to begin.
Yes, thank you, Pilar. So we are going to, in 5 minutes, introduce our first capsule session. But in that time, Corey, the floor is yours.
All right, I get 5 minutes. Woohoo! Well,
Save the time.
exactly. I would. That's right. They put me in that position because they know how brevity is my strength. I and would just like to welcome everybody and say how glad I am that you guys are joining us. This is such a fun event every time it happens, and I hope that you enjoy the opportunity to both see, if you're new to space, to sort of see how our space classes work and what they're like. If you are familiar with space, if you're one of our returning students, you'll get to meet some really fun new preceptors today. I was delighted to see the list of folks who are going to be presenting here today. And I know I'm really excited to hear from them, and I know that you will enjoy that too. And of course, I would like to urge everybody, after the sessions are over, after the teaching sessions are finished, Rob and I are going to have some fun updates to be giving folks. So I hope that you'll stay tuned for that to hear a little bit about what's been going on. I made some announcements. I announced the launching of our growth campaign and talked about some stuff about 5 months ago now, in November during the State of the University address. Wanted to share some things about what's been going on since then and some things that are coming in the future. So that's what's gonna be happening later on. And that's it. I'm done early. I'm done early. So yeah.
Well, Corey, it is so great to have you here. And again, please join Corey and me. We're going to be sharing at 12:30 Eastern, right after our five capsule sessions. Please join us. We're just using the same Zoom link, or whether you're connecting through Twitch or our YouTube Live, you'll be able to catch that. So join us at 12:30 Eastern. All right, over to you, Jean.
Oh, thank you very much. All right. It is my distinct pleasure and indeed an honor to introduce our first space capsule today because it is hosted by the legendary Dr. Sara Brown. Dr. Sara Brown serves as director of the graduate program, the faculty chair, and thesis coordinator 2012. She has presented her own lecture series on Tolkien and modernity, holds an MSc from the London School of Economics, and completed her PhD at Salford University on Tolkien's response to post-war anxieties. She serves as the editorial board of Malorn, co-hosts the award-winning podcast The Tolkien Experience and the Prancing Pony podcast, and regularly speaks at Tolkien Society events. Today, she is going to present a capsule on Tolkien's Great Tales, the Tale of Beren and Luthien. It's in the Fantasy Studies sector, and it is a confirmed module for May of 2026, so next month. So we have a fun question for Dr. Sara Brown, and that is, in Tolkien's world, the greatest battles aren't always fought with swords. What unusual weapon does Luthien use to challenge the forces of darkness? Dr. Brown, the show is yours.
Well, if I'm legendary, you're something else indeed, Jean Druid's Fire, because you're marvelous. Thank you for that incredible introduction. I will attempt to, live up to that. Welcome, everybody. It's lovely to have everyone here. I hope you enjoy this fabulous day that you have ahead of you. Really indulging yourself in all things space. I'm going to share my screen with you right now. There we go. And I'm going to talk to you today about a world where myth and love intertwine. where the fate of heroes is shaped by courage and sacrifice and a love so powerful that it defies death itself. Within Tolkien's vast mythology lies a story that is both epic and intimate and heroic and heartbreaking. It is, of course, the tale of Beren and Luthien, which Tolkien thought of as his chief story. It is a timeless myth that inspired a lot of his legendarium, and it's a deeply personal story that's rooted in his own life. So I'm going to share with you a glimpse of this wonderful tale and invite you to join me on a 4-week course that will hopefully unlock the whole book for us. So my first question is, all right, well, why this tale? Why is this so interesting, so important? Why did Tolkien think it was his chief story? Well, have you ever come across a story that feels like it's at the very heart of a whole world, one that isn't just myth, but something deeply personal? That's what the tale of Beren and Luthien was for Tolkien. In fact, in letter 131 to Milton Waldman, he did call it the chief of the stories of the Silmarillion. But what does that mean? It means this tale is the centerpiece of his entire mythology. It's the story that captures those big themes that he cared about most: love and sacrifice, mortality and immortality, heroism and tragedy. He's pointing to the very heart of his legendarium. It's a story that embodies the themes and the tensions that define those elder days. And this tale, in many ways, is the foundation stone upon which much of his mythology is built. And of course, one of the really special things about this tale is that it's inspired by Tolkien's own life. The love between Beren, a mortal man, and Luthien, an immortal elf maiden, was modelled on his love for his wife Edith. And Tolkien saw Edith in Luthien's grace and courage, and himself in Beren's determination and devotion. That personal connection gives this story a unique emotional power. It's epic, yes, but it's also profoundly intimate. And at its core, this tale explores universal ideas: love that crosses impossible boundaries, the courage to face overwhelming darkness, the magic of music and sacrifice. These are themes that speak to all of us, no matter when or where we live. They invite us all to step into a world where hope and courage shine the brightest in the darkest hours. So over my 4-week course next month, May, we're going to go really deep into this story, from its earliest versions and poetic beauty to its thrilling battles and its lasting impact. And so today I just want to give you a taste of why this story matters so much, both to Tolkien and to all of us who love his work. It's a glimpse of the significance that makes this story so vital to his mythology, and also to readers like us. So, picture the moment: a forest at twilight, moonlight filtering through the trees, and there, dancing among the hemlocks, is Tinuviel, the nightingale. And Tolkien wrote, "Yet now did he see Tinuviel dancing in the twilight." This is where our journey begins. So, to truly appreciate the tale of Beren and Luthien, it helps to see where it fits within Tolkien's mythology, because he created an entire world filled with elves and men and epic battles. But this story stands apart as the heart of it all. It's not just another adventure. This is the story that captures the deepest themes of his legendarium and at the same time reflects something profoundly personal. It is set in the Elder Days, a mythic time when elves and men lived under the shadow of Morgoth, that great dark power. And the story is a fantasy, yes, but it reflects Tolkien's own marriage as well. It's a union of different worlds. It's a love that transcends boundaries. And at its core, it's exploring some of the most powerful and timeless themes you're going to find in any myth, because this is a story about the union of mortal and immortal. It's a crossing of worlds that's rare and it's deeply symbolic. It's about love that defies death. It's a love so strong that it changes fate. It's about heroism in the face of overwhelming darkness as they dare to challenge Morgoth, that great evil that threatens the world. And it's also about sacrifice, the price that is paid for loyalty, for love, for courage, and for hope. Those themes echo through many myths and fairy tales, but Tolkien's version is unique. The Silmaril, it's more than a treasure. It's a symbol of beauty and desire and doom all at once. Tolkien wrote that the Silmarils were, quote, the mightiest in skill of word and of hand, and that the fate of the elves is locked herein, and the fate of many things beside. And this jewel represents the light the heroes seek, but also the darkness that pursues him. What makes this story very special, as I've said, is its deeply personal roots. Tolkien's love for his wife Edith inspired the character of Luthien, and Beren is the man that he saw himself as being alongside Edith as Luthien. Tolkien once wrote in a letter that Tinuviel, the name he gave Luthien, was inspired by Edith dancing in a woodland glade, and that the story was the chief story in his mythology because it was so close to his heart. So much so, of course, that the names Beren and Luthien were inscribed on their gravestones, which is a lasting testament to their love. Here is the relevant bit from his frankly heartbreaking letter, number 340, to his son Christopher in July 1972. He says, I have at last got busy about Mummy's grave. The inscription I should like is Edith Mary Tolkien, 1889 to 1971, Luthien. Brief and jejune, apart from Luthien, which says for me more than a multitude of words, for she was, and knew she was, my Luthien. July 13. Say what you feel without reservation about this edition. I began this under the stress of great emotion and regret, and in any case I am afflicted from time to time, increasingly, with an overwhelming sense of bereavement. I need advice. Yet I hope none of my children will feel that the use of this name is a sentimental fancy. It is at any rate not comparable to the quoting of pet names in obituaries. I never called Edith Luthien, but she was the source of the story that in time became the chief part of the Silmarillion. It was first conceived in a small woodland glade filled with hemlocks at Roos in Yorkshire, where I was for a brief time in command of an outpost of the Humber garrison in 1917, and she was able to live with me for a while. In those days, her hair was raven, her skin clear, her eyes brighter than you have seen them, and she could sing and dance. But the story has gone crooked, and I am left, and I cannot plead before the inexorable Mandos. This blending of mythic grandeur and intimate human experience is part of what gives this tale its extraordinary power. It's epic, it's universal, but it's still deeply relatable. It's a story of love and sacrifice that speaks across time. Tolkien called it the chief of stories for many good reasons. As he says, quote, Beren is the outlawed mortal who succeeds, with the help of Luthien, a mere maiden, even if an elf of royalty, where all the armies and warriors have failed. It's the foundation of his mythology, as well as a reflection of his own life's greatest love. Let me give you a bit of an overview of what we're going to do on this course. So in week 1, we would look at the early versions and the key characters, so Beren, Luthien, Melko, as he is known at the very beginning. We're going to look at the natural imagery within the text, the character dynamics, look at the language that Tolkien uses. Moving into week 2, here we're going to be looking at the lay of Luthien. So we're going to look at the poetic form, we're going to look at the way in which the narrative evolves, we'll examine Felagund's oath, and we'll talk about the tragic costs of loyalty and betrayal. Moving into week 3, now we arrive at the narrative's climax. We have magical battles, heroic confrontations, we have the power of song and enchantment. So again, we will be looking at how Tolkien is developing the story, how much more we are getting about these two characters. And then we finish up in week 4, looking at legacy and transformation. In other words, we will look at the curse of the Silmaril, we'll be looking at the tale's echoes in later mythology, and we'll be looking at its personal resonance for Tolkien. So really working through all of these different ideas, but let me give you a little bit more in depth. Because in weeks 1 and 2, we will be diving into the earliest layers of the tale of Beren and Luthien by exploring the tale of Tinuviel. This is the earliest narrative version of the story. Here, Tinuviel is not just a beautiful figure to be admired. She's a character of remarkable agency and strength. And we'll see how she moves boldly through a world that is marked by tension and mistrust between elves and men, also moving past the difficulties that her dad puts in her way, and she will be challenging the boundaries that are set by these different peoples. But one of the most captivating aspects of this early tale is its rich natural imagery. The forests, the hemlocks, the moonlight. These elements aren't just a backdrop. What we see is them shaping the mood and the atmosphere, reflecting the complex emotions and the relationships between the characters. And so we'll be exploring how Tolkien uses nature like a living character, weaving it into the story's emotional fabric. As the tale evolves, we will then transition into that poetic masterpiece, the Lay of Luthien. So this shift will bring a rhythmic structure and a heightened emotional intensity that transforms the story into something I think is even more powerful and moving, because the poetry captures the soaring hopes and the deep sorrows of the character in a way that, for me, prose alone doesn't quite do. It's great that we have both to put together. We'll also be looking at Felagund's solemn oath of friendship to Barahir, Beren's father, and how this oath draws some powerful forces into the story. So, of course, alongside this, we will be looking at the dark shadow cast by the oath sworn by the sons of Feanor, a truly destructive vow that fuels loyalty and betrayal and conflict. This web of oaths and alliances adds layers of tension and tragedy that ripple through the narrative. So together, these first 2 weeks will lay the foundation for understanding the rich complexity and the emotional depth that make this tale such a timeless and compelling myth. So, in week 3, we enter the heart of the story, the climax where the stakes are highest and the magic most potent. We'll read the dramatic and brutal physicality of the battles that define this tale. And one unforgettable moment is Felagund's fierce wrestling match with the werewolf, a struggle of raw strength and will. And this is followed by the deadly duel with Thu, Morgoth's terrifying chief lieutenant, where magic and might collide in a deadly dance. Thu? Who's Thu? Haha. Thu is the necromancer and the Lord of Werewolves, and a precursor to Sauron. But earlier versions of the story also have him as Tevildo, Prince of Cats. Now, Thu replaces Tevildo as the commander of the orcs, phantoms, werewolves, and other, quote, misbegotten or spell-wronged foul things, as Tolkien describes him in the conclusion to The Fall of Gondolin. He also makes a brief appearance in The Lay of the Children of Húrin, in connection with the renown of a certain person called Durin on the marches of Doriath. And I have a little bit of that for you on the slide. Ere manhood's measure, he met and slew the orcs of Angband and evil things that roamed and ravened on the realm's borders. There hard his life and hurts he got him, the wounds of shaft and Warfane's sword, and his prowess was proven and his praise renowned. And beyond his years he was yielded honour, for by him was holden the hand of ruin from Thingol's folk. And Thu feared him, Thu, who was throned as Thane most mighty neath Morgloth Bauglir, whom that mighty one bade go ravage the realm of the robber Thingol and mar the magic of Melian the queen. Oh, I do love a bit of alliterative verse. So here in week 3, what we'll be doing is reflecting on how Tolkien is using things like magical duels and competing songs as metaphors for the eternal battle between good and evil. These moments of enchantment and conflict are not just physical, they're also spiritual. They echo the larger themes of light versus darkness and hope versus despair. So, in week 4, we will look at the lasting legacy and profound transformations that flow out of this tale. We begin with the curse of the Dragon Gold and the Silmaril, a tragic force that haunts noble characters and kingdoms alike. This curse brings strife and sorrow, showing how even the most precious treasures can carry a heavy price, weaving tragedy into the fate of those who possess them. One of the most transcendent moments in the tale is when Luthien wears the Nauglamir, the necklace of the dwarves, set with the Silmaril. This image is a powerful symbol of beauty intertwined with loss, a shining vision that captures both the glory and the sorrow of their story. It's a moment that lingers in the imagination, embodying the bittersweet nature of their love and their sacrifice. We'll also trace how this tale evolved throughout Tolkien's legendarium, from its earliest versions in the Tale of Tinuviel to the more developed Quentin Oldorinwa and beyond. This evolution reveals how Tolkien refined and deepened the story over decades, embedding it ever more firmly as a cornerstone of his mythology. Finally, we'll highlight the enduring consequences of Beren and Luthien's love, which echo across generations, because their union is a story of two individuals, as well as a legacy that culminates in the Star of Eärendil. And that, of course, is the symbol of hope and light shining in the West, inspiring all who come after. So we will finish up by reflecting on how this mythic love story continues to resonate, shaping the very fabric of Tolkien's world and touching the hearts of readers across time. And as we go through our 4 weeks, we'll be asking particular questions of the text and of ourselves as we are readers of the text. Some questions that we will cover will include things like the ones I've put on the slide. How does Tolkien's portrayal of love and sacrifice challenge traditional heroic narratives? What does the interplay of fate, oath, and free will reveal about Tolkien's moral universe? How do magic and enchantment shape the story's emotional and ethical landscape? All these sorts of questions, as well as doing really deep, close reading of the text, which is one of the most important things actually we will be doing during the course. So, as I close this admittedly brief glimpse into the tale of Beren and Luthien, I hope that you feel the stirring of something rare. A story that's not just about elves and men. A story that's not just about courage in the face of darkness. It's not just about the love of two people. This story is about the power of love to challenge fate, to change worlds, to shine like a star in the darkest night. There's a reason why this is a tale that has captivated readers for decades, ever since we got the first little taste of it in the Silmarillion. And now we have a whole book in which everything is put together and we can trace everything all the way through, thanks, of course, to the work of Christopher Tolkien. So if you are ready to explore the depths of this tale, to walk the paths of heroes, to uncover the poetry and the myth that shaped Tolkien's greatest creation, I want to invite you to join this 4-week journey. Together, let's go dance with Tinuviel in the twilight. Let's face the shadows of Morgoth, and let's witness a love that echoes beyond time. I'll leave you with these words from Tolkien about the power of stories and how they offer hope, joy, and a deeper understanding beyond the immediate reality. He says, "Fairy stories do not give the child escapism. They do not spoil the child by making him dissatisfied with his own world. They do not make the child unhappy by telling him that the world is a bad place. They make him happy by showing him that there is a way of escape from it, and a kind of joy in the world beyond the walls of the world, and a satisfaction in the heart of things." So the course starts on Thursday, April 30th, which is ticking on. It's 12 days from now. But for more information and to sign up and to join me, do visit the Signum website at blackberry.signumuniversity.org. Thank you for listening, and I really look forward to welcome you in my class soon.
Thank you, Sara. I we're used to having to ask people, to remind people, hey, your time is almost up. But in this case, you're extremely prompt. So let's go back to the fun question, because I don't think we necessarily answered this. So in Tolkien's world, the greatest battles aren't always fought with swords. What unusual weapon does Luthien use to challenge the forces of darkness?
Mm. Yes, I wonder if anybody actually knows what this unusual weapon was. Of course, if you're one of those who has read The Tale of Beren and Luthien, then you will know. But if anybody here isn't quite as up to it, yep. Oh, we have the answers ticking in. Here we go. Are you going to sing for us, Jean?
Not today. No, 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 no. I
Oh.
saved that for the previous Osmo.
Fair enough. Yes, we have two people have put the correct answer in. Oh, three people now. Yeah, it is song. It is it is that wonderful moment where this incredible female figure stands in front of the greatest evil that this world has ever seen and defies him in song. It's just an extraordinary moment. I have a few issues actually with what Tolkien said in his letter to Milton Waldman about Beren and Luthien, in which he says that, Beren does this with the help of Luthien, who a mere elf maiden. And I'm like, John Ronald, my dude, Luthien is the power here. Beren's along for the ride. But she's one of my favorite characters in the entire Legendarium, because what bravery does it take to walk into the literal pits of hell and stand in front of the greatest evil and defy him? The courage that takes is quite extraordinary. Yeah, if anyone's got any more questions, please throw them into the chat. Others use song as a weapon. Yeah, one of the things I mentioned, of course, is that we do have an incredible rap battle between Finrod Felagund and Thu, or Sauron. How does this connect to Tolkien as a musician? Now, that is a really interesting question. The musician in the family was Edith, rather than Tolkien, who didn't actually play an instrument, although he does seem to have sung on occasions. But he loved music. That is one thing that is very well known. He absolutely loved music, and he loved listening to Edith play. It was one of his great sorrows that eventually she was too unwell to actually play the piano, and he did miss that. Yeah, so just to kind of come back to your question, Teresa, does this connect to Tolkien as a musician? There's so much music in the Legendarium. It begins with music. The Ainulindale is music. Music is actually woven through the Legendarium. So many of the poems that we come across in our reading are actually songs. And they are sung by the characters, not just declaimed like poetry. I think that song and music was incredibly important to Tolkien. Yes, Jamie, he did have an amazing musical ear. You've only got to read his poetry to see that although he didn't play an instrument, poetry was the way in which he brought music to the world.
Would you say that
Yeah,
he's
Go on, Jean.
No, would you say that he is one of the greater songwriters of the age?
Oof, I think there would be a few composers who might want to have a word if I said that. I genuinely think he's an overlooked poet, an underestimated poet, because I think that the musicality of a lot of his poetry is quite extraordinary. I was lucky enough to do just over a year in the end, going through volumes 1 to 3 of Tolkien's poetry in space. And the wonderful groups that did that with me, we were discovering together just how lyrical so much of his poetry is. I think it's great that we now have access to so much more of that poetry. I think it's a shame that he isn't more greatly recognized for his skills as a poet, frankly. I wouldn't go so far as to say he's one of the greatest musicians of his time, because, yeah, I think there would be some other musicians that would want to have a word.
Well, I was thinking more in terms of the lyrics rather than music. But yeah.
Yeah, in terms of the lyrics, so many of his poems are absolutely stunningly beautiful. And some of them are fun. Some of them are funny. and can be turned into song or just sung as they are.
And has
So
been.
yeah. So, you have a wide choice of beautiful, lyrical, marvelous songs that just steep you into mythology and legend. And then you have other songs that are like, and the dragon came. Yeah, it's such a mix. It's wonderful. I think we have a question from Roshni. Okay. Did Tolkien get inspired by Greek mythology in the part of the tale of Luthien's rescue of Beren from Mandos's halls? I would say yes. There's some really quite obvious resonance with tales of, the underworld, for example, Orpheus in the underworld. There's that. There's Persephone and Hades. There's quite a few of these Greek tales that go down into the underworld, where somebody is trying to rescue somebody else out of the underworld. So I would say yes. That's certainly the sort of thing we will talk about when we actually get into these classes. And Orpheus is another powerful singer, John. Yes, completely right. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes, Pilar.
Yes, because sometimes when you're reading not only his poetry and songs, but also the prose, the narrative, it has this
Oh,
cadence,
yeah.
it has this rhythm. So I was wondering what you thought about that. Is there like a musical rhythm to his prose as well?
Often, actually. Where I find it the most is in The Return of the King. To me, it does have that sense of lyricality comes out far more in The Return of the King. But there are moments across all three books in The Lord of the Rings. There are so many moments in the Silmarillion where you feel that wonderful sense of lyricality. You try reading the Einar Lindeley aloud without actually feeling the music come through the words. I don't think it's possible. So yes, his prose for me is also extraordinary, but I have been so fortunate to get lots more exposure is the word I'm going to go with to his poetry over the last year or so, and I'm just loving having so much more interest in his poetry. And because I'm doing that, I'm seeing more poetic lyricality in his prose as a result. I'm always learning, constantly learning.
Great. Thank you.
I've got a
Hey,
quick
Rob.
question. Thank you
Mhm.
so much, Sarah. With the full module, I see that you have listed the Silmarillion as a text as well as the Tale of Beren and Luthien. Uh, there is a very rich textual history to this work. As a full module, how deep do you go into the Silmarillion and so on?
Um, Not hugely into the Silmarillion. Just the bits that are particularly relevant to the tale. Of course, we get most of it from the book, the Tale of Beren and Luthien, but there are parts where things that came before and things that happen after that aren't actually in that book. We need to go back to the Silmarillion to really put it in context. So that's what we tend to go to the Silmarillion for. So if you're one of those people that you don't have a copy of the Silmarillion, it's fine. We're perfectly okay with that because we're able to work our way through without it. If you have it, it's handy. But the only book you really, really need to have access to is the Tale of Beren and Luthien itself. And it doesn't matter whether it is an ebook or a hard copy book, all is good.
So don't let the Silmarillion scare you
Oh,
scare
no,
you
no,
off,
no,
right?
no. Don't let the Silmarillion scare you. Absolutely not. And I do know that people can feel intimidated by the
Yeah.
Silmarillion. And I get it
Hmm.
because, especially if you picked it up after the Lord of the Rings and you're thinking, ooh, more Lord of the Rings, utter disappointment. That's not what you're getting. But there are so many really amazing moments in the Silmarillion. And one of the great things about having the three great tales in three separate books is we get that bit of the Silmarillion and that bit of the Silmarillion and that bit of the Silmarillion. And we get to look at those bits in really great depth. And then at some point, there are other space classes that could take you into other bits of the Silmarillion. And eventually, you'll end up having read all of it.
Thank you so much, Sara.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Thank
Thanks
you
very
so
much for
much.
having me.
Oh, always a legend. Always a legend.
Thank you,
Well,
Jean.
you are most welcome. Now,
I love you too.
I'm going to turn it over to Pilar to introduce our next capsule.
I think we are ready for our 10:30 a.m. capsule entitled From Nero's Scapegoats to Imperial Bureaucrats, the First Christian Persecutions, and it's going to be presented by our wonderful Adam Beaton. Adam Beaton, a lifelong passion for Greco-Roman mythology began in childhood, leading him to earn a BA in Classical Civilizations and a postgraduate certificate in Humanities from the Open University. He is also passionate about the worlds of J.R.R. Tolkien, having given several papers at different Tolkien conferences. In addition, he serves as Outreach Systems Coordinator and Regional Mood Coordinator for Signum University and performs improv comedy on various stages throughout the greater Orlando, Florida area where he happily resides. This capsule belongs to our general humanities sector, and I have a fun question for you. I'm going to be posting that along with some information. And the fun question is, could Christianity have grown as quickly as it did without the Roman persecutions? Why or why not? And now over to you, Adam.
Thank you, Pilar. Boy, following Sara Brown, that is a tough act to follow, but I will do my best. Nevertheless, let me make sure I can share my screen. And hopefully you guys can see it. And we're going to begin. Actually, I got to move that out of the way first. And then move that over there. There we go. All right. Well, hello, everyone. We're going to learn some Roman history today. I hope you're intrigued and excited by that. In this capsule, I want to deal with the first pagan responses to the Christian mission. That is the mission of the apostles Paul and Peter, and of the associated apostles and others who created this Christian heartland in the late 1st and 2nd centuries of the Common Era. We're going to be looking today primarily at the Roman imperial government. We have limited information on how the wider world of paganism immediately received Christianity, but we do have information as to how the Roman imperial government handled it. And in the year 64 CE, the Emperor Nero, one of the most notorious emperors of all time, in my opinion, ordered a persecution of Christians in the city of Rome, not in the empire as a whole. That persecution in 64, the first persecution that we have on record, had a profound influence in directing the Christian mission in pagan perceptions of Christianity, and also the very identity of Christianity had to be defined in relationship to a government of pagan Roman emperors who had now outlawed Christianity. Now, Nero himself targeted the Christians as scapegoats. Now, it's not sure where Nero got all of his information from on Christians, as there weren't very many Christians to begin with in that time. The Jewish writer Josephus, where we get a lot of our information about 1st century Judea, writes that Nero's wife, and frankly, if you start looking into it, partner in crime, really his second wife, Poppaea Sabina, was a sympathizer of Judaism, that she had connections with prominent Jews in the city. There was a very, very wealthy Jewish community in the city of Rome itself, going back at least 150 years before Nero's reign, and that she learned from Jews the difference between Jews and these offshoots of Jews, these sort of different, weird kind of offshoot called Christians, that were followers of such fellows like Paul and Peter, and pointed out to her husband that they would make an ideal set of scapegoats. And the reason Nero needed some scapegoats was that in 64 CE, the city of Rome had been ravaged by a great fire. It had raged for days. At least 10 of the 14 districts of Rome, or regiones, as they're known in Latin, had been reduced to ashes. The rumor went out everywhere that Nero was behind the lighting of the fire because he wanted to rebuild the city of Rome in his own image. And he was even reported to have played or performed his own epic known as the Sack of Troy, which he would have done on a lyre, as you can see by the person sitting right there. This image gave rise to the popular image of Nero fiddling while Rome burned. He couldn't have fiddled actually at the time because fiddles weren't even invented at the time. While Nero playing music to the burning of Rome is likely an exaggeration. And the charge of being an incendiarius, that is someone who lights fires deliberately, goes back very deep in Roman history. The accusation was raised, for example, in 63 BCE by the orator Cicero against the conspirators of Catiline, who supposedly were going to burn the city down, and that would, of course, incense the urban plebeians, the residents of the city. And so this notion that the Christians may have started the fire was ideal. They apparently had, Nero or Poppea, had vague notions of what the Christian apocalypse was about. Christians are somehow thinking of the end of the world and fire and destruction. And this would be ideal to fasten, this charge of an incendiarius on them. Ideal scapegoats, and there weren't that many of them to begin with either. And it's probably this kind of overall misinformation of this sort that was available to Nero and to the imperial government as a whole, that the Christians were behind the burning to bring on the end of days. I should note that in Nero's time, the persecutions were conducted on one of Nero's private estates, the Horti Agrippinae, and in a circus connected to it, not in the Colosseum. Many tourists going to Rome have the notion that the Colosseum is where Christians were destroyed, particularly in 64. That is an impossibility because the Colosseum, whose official name was the Flavian Amphitheater, was built after Nero's death. And in 1749, Pope Benedict XIV dedicated the Colosseum as a sacred place. Benedict's reasons for doing this was to prevent the building from becoming a quarry. It had been used for bullfights. It was a fortress at one point. And people were just carting away whole sections of the Colosseum to build their own homes. And while Benedict got it wrong, that is, the Colosseum was built and dedicated in 80 CE, nonetheless, he did a very, very important service in preserving the monument. I think, I can't remember which one, but I think one pope at one point actually thought the Colosseum would make a very good factory for wool and spinning. Frankly, just a quick aside, and then we'll get back to Nero. There are all sorts of ways ancient monuments get put to use in later years, and frankly, sometimes it's a bit horrifying, and we're surprised that almost anything comes down to us, really. But in any event, the persecutions did take place in 64. There were a few subsequent persecutions, and in those later persecutions of maybe 66 or 67, Peter and Paul were probably martyred at that point. Now, Nero's persecution was very important also from the Roman viewpoint and shaped Roman opinion and attitudes about Christianity, really down to the year 313 of the Common Era, when the Edict of Milan was issued by the Emperor Constantine that ended the illegal status of Christianity. Now, we do have an account of Nero's persecution, which was written by the Roman historian Tacitus, known by his full name Publius Cornelius Tacitus, who was born about 56 CE and died sometime about after 120, thereabouts. And I'd like to read that, or at least an excerpt from that passage, about the persecution of 64. Now, these are Tacitus's words from his Annals, which is his account of the Roman Empire from the time of the Emperor Tiberius through the Civil War of 68-69. And this is what he writes based on eyewitness reports. Tacitus at this point was just a boy, but we know that he did talk to people who witnessed the persecution itself. So this is what Tacitus writes right here. Therefore, to scotch the rumor, that is the rumor that Nero started the fire, Nero substituted as culprits and punished with the utmost refinements of cruelty a class of men loath for their vice, whom the crowd styled Christians. And you notice by the very wording, Tacitus isn't quite sure who these people are. Christus, the founder of the name, had undergone the death penalty in the reign of Tiberius by sentence of the procurator Pontius Pilatus, and the pernicious superstition was checked for a moment, only to break out once more, not merely in Judea, the home of the disease, but in the capital itself, where all things horrible or shameful in the world collect and find a vogue. An important section right there, one of the earliest non-Christian accounts of Christianity. Incidentally, the Loeb Classical Library Edition has a footnote there, the only mention in heathen Latin. Anyway, getting back to Tacitus. First, then, the confessed members of the sect were arrested, Next, on their disclosures, vast numbers were convicted, not so much on the count of arson as for hatred of the human race, which is a very peculiar wording that has caused scholars to raise a lot of debates, believe me. But what Tacitus is saying, essentially, is that these Christians really tended to avoid the company of other people, and they must be somehow social misfits. They're weird. And it's a common charge cast about by pagans for at least the next 2 centuries. Whoop, we went the wrong way. There we go. And mockery accompanied their deaths. They were covered with wild beasts' skins and torn to death by dogs. Or they were fastened on crosses, and when daylight failed, were set on fire to provide light at night. Nero had offered his gardens for the spectacle, that is, for the execution of the Christians, and gave an exhibition in his circus, mixing with the crowd in the dress of a charioteer or driving a chariot. And this is a degradation of the emperors. This is something emperors should not be doing. Charioteers are lowlifes, like gladiators or actors or prostitutes, across the like, all that kind of thing. Hence, though they were deserving of the most extreme punishment Tacitus thinks these Christians have, there's every reason to execute these people, there arose a sentiment of pity due to the impression that they, that is the Christians, were being sacrificed not for the public good, but because of the savagery of one man. And the Latin is quite clear, savitia. It means not just savagery, but really more kind of cruelty. And that's one of Nero's prime vices. If you read about Nero, he is cruel. Tacitus' report, which is the earliest record we have from a Roman about the Christians, is very telling in a number of ways. It reveals an important point about the Roman upper classes. Romans of senatorial and equestrial rank, or even emperors, they really had very little contact with Christians. They're not quite sure who they are. And this is true probably into the early 3rd century CE. Most Romans would have no reason to come into contact with Christians, given that Christians are primarily Greek speakers, they're resident in certain cities, they're not of high rank, they're not in imperial service. This then is the first record that we have of any emperor having any direct involvement with Christians. And several important points need to be made about this particular persecution. First, there's nothing to suggest that Nero had declared Christians illegal. On the contrary, as we'll see in a moment, later imperial involvement shows clearly that there were no laws against Christians per se, even decades later. So, too, it's important to note that Christians were not persecuted by Nero, as I said, for being Christians. That is, on some kind of religious charge. Christians were a tiny group of convenient scapegoats, and really nothing more. More important, it appears that none of Nero's successors, at least for the next 50 years, seem to have engaged in persecutions against the Christians. And frankly, this should come as no surprise, since Christians were such a minuscule and, at the time, insignificant part of the total population. The next time they're on record for being noticed by an emperor, it's again in the context of a persecution. But this one is very different from the persecutions of Nero in 64. It involves an opposition to Christians precisely for being Christian. Now, Tacitus' account is verified by a contemporary of Tacitus, a fellow called Pliny the Younger. His official name would be Gaius Plinius Caecilius Secundus. It's a long one. He's the adopted son of Pliny the Elder, who is very important writer on a whole bunch of subjects on natural history. Pliny ended up being a governor of a Roman province called Bithynia et Pontus, somewhere between 110 and 113 of the Common Era. Bithynia et Pontus today is on the shores of the Black Sea in the modern Republic of Turkey. And Pliny is a bit perplexed because he's encountered these people known as Christians. Now, we know that early evangelist Christians would focus on Jewish diasporas for converts, which makes sense as Christianity grew out of Judaism. And according to their Jewish writer Josephus, that area of what was then Roman Asia had a large Jewish diaspora. We also have the author of the New Testament book, 1 Peter, addressing this location as well, the very first part of 1 Peter. Peter, an apostle of Jesus Christ, to the exiles of the dispersion in Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia, and Bithynia. But back to Pliny. And so Pliny writes back to the Emperor Trajan of how he dealt with Christians. And we'll go into detail later about Pliny's letter to Trajan and Trajan's response. But what's significant for us at the moment is the fact that Pliny is unclear why the Christians are being persecuted. They seem to be an outlawed group, And he writes to the Emperor Trajan, now, why are they outlawed? Is it because of their faith? And he uses the term nomen Christianum. Is it simply the fact that they take on the name Christian? Is it just the fact that they're Christians that they're outlawed? Or is it because of other crimes, flagitia, that is moral crimes, depravity, perhaps even treason of the Roman government? And Trajan doesn't really answer him directly on this. In fact, the Romans in general just see the Christians as well. The faith is a superstitio, a superstition. Contrast that with religio, sort of reverence for God's proper moral duty. And of course, if it's a superstitio, if they're under suspicion for treason by doing strange, weird things, well, then every moral crime you can come up with, you can associate with the Christians. And this terminology is used time and time again. There's a report in the reign of Domitian, who ruled from 81 to 96, that certain Roman aristocratic ladies were held accountable for superstition, for moral crimes. Now, there are a few scholars that think they may have been early converts to Christianity, but without getting too deep into it, they're probably much more likely converts to Judaism. And there are some instances of this in the Roman upper classes, but in any event, it gives you some sort of sense of the language and the invective used, and really the limited amount of information that Romans had about Christians. Furthermore, the Romans had no real means of dealing with something like Christianity. There were no presidents to assist them. For example, in 66, the Jews take up arms and revolt against Rome, and they revolt 2 more times after that. The Romans understood this. They understood the idea of taking up arms and actually going out into battle and fighting. But Christians who didn't revolt, who didn't resort to arms, and whose faith was somehow perceived as treasonable, this was something brand new. There's a tradition in Roman law of taking actions against what we would call religions, what they would not. But you have to qualify that. The Romans never really outlawed gods or religions or faith per se. They would outlaw things like magic, superstition, astrology. And to them, this wasn't really religion. And to the Romans, this was a very, very strong distinction between something like magic and religion. Religion was praying to the gods, asking for the gods' favor according to traditional rites. Magic was bending demonic powers, dark powers to your will. And there's a long tradition of this with lead tablets, curse tablets, usually involving issues of love or more likely gambling, creating lead tablets and nailing them down into the arena or the circus before gladiatorial games or chariot races. So the guy that you want to win will win because you've cursed his other opponent. This isn't really religion right here. This is on the fringes. And in polite society, we can all agree that this should not be going on. We shouldn't be doing things like this. It's kind of like in the horror movies when you see the girls at the sorority at the sleepover bring out the Ouija board. You're kind of shaking your head like, this shouldn't be doing that. Rookie mistake. You don't know what you're doing when you summon up these powers. But when it comes to gods, when it comes to worship, the Romans are very, very reluctant to outlaw gods, really. In Tacitus in particular, but also in later Roman writers, we encounter instances where the Romans look down upon the religion of Egypt because the gods are depicted in animal form. And there's a certain amount of prejudice and stereotyping, but it's not the gods of Egypt that Tacitus finds distasteful. But what he finds distasteful is the way that Egyptians are worshiping them. And this is a misunderstanding, obviously, of the Egyptian religion. And again, Tacitus has very, very little contact with Egypt. He probably never even went there. He's just repeating stereotypes. One of the most significant instances of the Romans taking action against a religion or a cult happens far back in the past in 186 BC. And we have what is known as a Senatus Consultum, that is a decree of the Senate, in which the Roman Senate, and this is the Republic at the time that the Romans are conquering the Mediterranean world, they take measures against the devotees of Bacchus, who's known in Greek as Dionysus. And moreover, on top of that, a rarity sometimes, we actually have the official inscription on stone that is the actual resolution of the Senate that was passed. And the decree is quite specific. It outlaws the devotees, not the god. And that is a point that's often missed in popular writing. Oh, the Romans have a tradition of outlawing cults they find distasteful. No, Bacchus is a god. Now, what they're afraid of is the fact that the worshippers are meeting under very suspicious circumstances. And the same circumstances are later raised of Christians. First, they meet at night. That immediately draws the attention of the imperial government, or in this case, the government of the Republic, and that it's nocturnal, it's secret. Furthermore, the Romans define that they're meeting at night, and they could be a conspiracy, a conjuratio, if there are more than 5 members, that is 2 men and 3 women for a total of 5. I'm just looking at chat and looking at how many people are on the call. The Romans would be worried. The Romans would be worried. More than 5 people constitutes a potential conspiracy. And they're worried about orgies and crazy rites, which could lead to treason, to rioting, and all sorts of disruptions of social order. And the decree is very, very significant. At the end, it tells the officials that the praetor, who's a magistrate, is supposed to investigate and to tear down and demolish all unauthorized sanctuaries to Bacchus. However, he's not to touch those sanctuaries that are holy, that are legitimate. And throughout the decree, there's references that this is the action unless they have authorization from the praetor and from the Senate. The Romans are going after people that they see as potential rioters and people who would create social discontent, not the god himself. Hence, Titus, the future emperor in 70 CE, burns down the temple at Jerusalem, not as an act of anti-Semitism and not because he doesn't like the worship of the god Yahweh, or criticizes the fact that Jews don't worship the ancestral gods of the Roman Empire, but as a way of showing to the Jews, look, you've revolted, we have punished you, your God has abandoned you. Not that Yahweh is illegitimate as a god, far from it, but that the God has abandoned you, don't rebel from Rome. Judaism was an ancient religious tradition, even in the days of Rome. So even though the Jews rebelled, they were still permitted to continue worshiping their God. They had to pay a tax for the privilege of it afterward, but they were still able to worship it. The Jews didn't proselytize. Christianity, on the other hand, once it was understood to be something different from Judaism, is seen as a superstition, some sort of weird offshoot superstition from Judaism, actively seeking converts from all backgrounds, a rejection of the local gods, and an act of disloyalty, or even from the Roman perspective, atheism that could anger the gods and bring disaster upon the entire empire. And so beginning with Nero in 64, and as the decades roll on, the Christians have the singular, unique distinction of eventually being singled out by the imperial government as illegal. That is, their faith is illegal, the nomen Christianum. The Christians will have to respond by developing institutions, developing means of communication for their mission in a very different kind of way. They can't go out and publicly preach to people. However, what about the Romans and the pagans after the persecution of 64? Well, I go back to that letter of Pliny the Younger to the Emperor Trajan on the north shores of Turkey, somewhere around 110, 111, when he was governor of Bithynia at Pontus. In that letter, the exchange is very, very significant. Pliny reveals to us that he is the one who devised what we call the sacrifice test. You know, how do you distinguish Christians from everyone else? And Pliny found a very simple solution. He set up the altars of the gods. There would be the traditional gods of Rome or of the city, and also a statue or an icon, as it would be called, where the Greek Christians later got the word icon, of the emperor. And then brought the people denounced as Christians before the statues and said, worship the gods. And if they did so, they were simply released. If they didn't, if they refused to sacrifice, well, then they were clearly Christians. And that way, Pliny was able to determine who had been denounced unfairly. He also mentioned that there were people who, kind of said, yeah, I was interested in Christianity. I went to a meeting. I might have gone to a couple services, but I'm not really a practicing Christian now. I totally believe in the ancestral gods. And Pliny's actually quite surprised at how many people fall in this category. There is also in Pliny, even with the sacrifice, again, this perplexed aspect to the letter is not only why are we persecuting, but what are they really accused of? And he's got all these reports of orgies of cannibalism, the feasting on the bodies of the dead. There's incest, and there seems to be misunderstanding that cannibalism might have arisen out of misunderstanding of the Eucharist, the body and the blood of Jesus. The address of brother and sister among Christians, again, might have been deliberately distorted. Oh, they're all incestuous and sleeping together, brother and sisters. And then orgies. Well, I mean, if they're meeting at night, I mean, there's got to be orgies. Am I right? And actually, the Romans had a very, very vivid imagination. I'm sure the Christians were living far more boring lives than any Roman governor would ever imagine. But this is all somehow involved with moral crimes. What's also evident in the letter is that Pliny depends heavily on the locals to tell him who are Christians. The imperial government does not have the machinery to carry out a persecution. Now, this might be astonishing to us because you would think, well, the imperial government is, at this point somehow outlawed Christianity. It's obviously seen as a threat. And one of the most significant points about this is made in Trajan's response to Pliny. And he approves of what Pliny has done. But then he goes on to say, and this is the Emperor Trajan writing back to Pliny, for it is not possible to lay down any general rule to serve as a kind of fixed standard. That is, you have to treat Christians individually as they come up to you. There's no hard and fast rule here. They, that is the Christians, are not to be sought out. If they are denounced and proved guilty, they are to be punished with this reservation, that whoever denies that he is a Christian really proves it, that is, by worshiping our gods, even though he was under suspicion in the past, shall obtain pardon through repentance. That is, if you sacrifice, they let you go. But, and this is in response to a direct question in Pliny's letter, but anonymously posted accusations ought not to have no place in any prosecution, for this is both a dangerous kind of precedent and out of keeping with the spirit of our age. It's an extraordinary response
Adam?
by the emperor. 5 minutes?
Yes.
I'm almost there. Almost there. We're almost there. As I said, it's an extraordinary response by the emperor. We are not supposed to seek Christians out. So ideas of pogroms, anonymous, the Gestapo or the KGB knocking on the door late at night and dragging people off, into the darkness. There's no place for that in Roman law. If they're denounced, yes, we will punish them according to the law. But the imperial government makes no effort to go out and seek out who those people are. There's really no effort to eradicate Christianity by, going out and killing them all. And the sacrifice test is set up as a way of determining, do you worship the gods or not? The second important thing that comes out of Trajan's letter and is verified by later sources down to 250, persecutions were local, sporadic, short-lived. There was no concerted effort to root them out by the imperial government. So an immediate aspect that comes out of the letter of Trajan, and one that is perhaps quite not surprised, maybe surprising to many of you, is the fact that the imperial government is not conducting anything remotely like a persecution as we would understand it in the modern age, certainly since, say, like the French Revolution. This means that Christians, if they avoided overt actions, if they didn't go in and proselytize, if Christians didn't insult the gods directly, then they were pretty much left alone. That is, Christians could live, simply an inconspicuous life, go about their business, try to convert people through family and social networks, didn't disrupt the fabric of civil life. Therefore, they were left alone. And this is very, very typical of the Roman government, which is often neglect. If it's not an immediate threat, if it doesn't destroy security, if it doesn't interrupt the flow of taxes, well, the Romans might have a law in the books outlawing Christianity, but taking the time to enforce it is really quite another matter. So there's a really big distinction between the legal and social reality of Christians in the 1st and 2nd centuries CE. And as my capsule comes to an end, most important that comes out of this early Roman response to the challenge of Christianity, 2 things. First, the Romans never really comprehended what they were facing. The Romans understood defiance in terms of arms, fighting Rome, like with the Jews. The whole idea of Christians standing in a law court, following the rules of law, and then denying the sacrifice, it blows their mind. It's extraordinary to them. And the second important point that comes out of this is for the Christians themselves. They now have to find new ways of defining themselves, organizing their communities, their congregations, finding other ways of disseminating the message and speaking to the wider pagan audience. So this concludes my capsule today. I hope you found that fascinating. We did have to go through it at a pretty breakneck pace, which I tend to do sometimes. I hope if you would like to learn more, obviously my module, The God Who Conquered Rome, From Pagans to Persecution to Power, is going to be a July space module, hopefully, with your help. If you decide not to do that, I have 4 books here on the screen, which I would highly recommend. That will really get into more of the nitty-gritty. Some of those are actually some really new ones. Ancient Christianities, by the way, just came out only about a few months ago, so it's really on the cutting edge right there of early Christian scholarship. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much. And
Thank you, Adam. This was fantastic. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It was really interesting, and thank you everybody for attending this capsule. As Adam mentioned, his module is a July candidate, so go ahead. I'm just going to post again the information in the Zoom chat, and I think we are ready for our next capsule. Over to you, Rob.
Thank you, Pilar. Thank you, Adam. Okay, yes, our next capsule. I will. Hi, Henry. Great to see you here. Okay, I'm going to just introduce Henry, offering our next capsule. So, welcome everyone to our 11 a.m. Eastern capsule. It is entitled Many Voices, One Song Leadership in Tolkien's Middle Earth. This session features our fantasy studies sector, and it will be presented by Henry Wilson. I will read a bio about Henry. Henry Wilson is an educator, facilitator, and leadership development professional whose work explores the intersection of storytelling, leadership, and human growth. Henry currently serves as a youth coaching manager with Team Try or Team Tree. Henry, you could correct me. Where he leads
Yes.
Team Try. Okay, thank you. Where he leads leadership development strategy and supports coaches working with student leaders across the United States. As a lifelong reader of J.R.R. Tolkien, Henry's life has been shaped by Tolkien's works. He is drawn to the ways Tolkien examines stewardship, hope, and the quiet courage of ordinary individuals. And he's given us a fun question to pose. So I'll pose this to everyone in the chat and to you too, Henry. So who is the best leader of the 9 members of the Fellowship of the Ring? Over to you, Henry.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And yeah, I'm really excited to be here. Like you said, my name is Henry Wilson. I'm really excited for this capsule and for potentially my module, Many Voices, One Song, Leadership in Tolkien's Middle Earth. Like you said, I work in leadership. I do leadership training all across the country. And this is an idea that came to me a couple months ago. When I just started thinking about Tolkien, when I happened to be at a moot and with a lot of people and started thinking about how much leadership examples there is in Tolkien. I think leadership is one of those things that's so important. It's in everything that we do. And I really think that what I do say is storytelling. That is like I think the root of everything that most of us do. And I think one of the most powerful things when it comes to leadership. And so I just started thinking about how can we start to talk about leadership and use Tolkien as a bridge to thinking about leadership, not just in Tolkien's world, but in our own world, and how we can use his examples of leadership and his examples of real world leadership and connect them into how do we become leaders ourselves. And I love some of the answers in the chat already of Aragorn, I would have thought, and Gandalf. Again, Aragorn too obvious, but again, is it too obvious? I don't know. Is it Gandalf? I think we'll dive into that a little bit more of who do we think it really is, and what kind of leaders are they, and what does that mean? And so, why leadership in Tolkien? I think what's beautiful about Tolkien's work is that leadership is not just a title. I think lots of times we think of leadership as being, our CEOs, our presidents, who is in that position of power. But I think what's so beautiful is that, and what we're also seeing from some of the chat of, Sam leads from the rear. Frodo, as a leader of both Sam and Smeagol, require different leadership styles. I think are already, into that idea of, leadership is choices, it's influence, it's responsibility. And Tolkien gives us just a world full of these leadership examples and not just what we think of as our typical leader that is the person with the title, with the loudest voice that everyone is following. But he gives such good examples of so many different types of leadership. And I think that's so important because there are so many different types of leaders. And it's important for there to be so many different types of leaders. And we have different types of leaders even within ourselves. And so to be able to see from his works all of these different examples of leadership and leadership done well, and also sometimes leadership done not so well, I think is pretty amazing. And I love even that. If Sam didn't understand why Frodo made the choices he did concerning Smeagol, Sam was virtuous but actually failed to lead when it came to Smeagol. Yes, and I think that's the beauty of some of this is we have real characters that are flawed as well. And so we see great leadership, but we also see in ways that these different leadership styles sometimes fail. And I think that's what's really important to know is not just, okay, what is strong leadership and what are these different leadership personalities and these different voices that we can use? What are also the pitfalls of them as well? How do we understand ourselves as leaders better and understand these different types of leadership to not just know how we can succeed as leaders, but also what are some ways that we can not connect with others as leaders? What are some ways that we can fail as leaders because of our tendencies, because of these directions? And so I want to share a little quote, which before I get people jumping at me about this quote, I know this is not actually Tolkien. This is from the Hobbit movies and is not straight from his text, but it is something that I think really captures the idea of leadership within Tolkien so well. He's talking about Saruman, but believe it is only great power that can hold evil in check. But that is not what I have found. I've found it is the small things, everyday deeds of ordinary folk that keep the darkness at bay, simple acts of kindness and love. And I think that captures so well his idea of leadership and what I really believe is my idea of leadership too is that it's not just great power that holds evil in check. It's not just great power that is our leaders and the people who lead, but it is everyday deeds of ordinary folk. It is simple acts of kindness and love that can be the strongest leadership at times. And so, thinking about that question, who is the best leader in the fellowship? Is it Frodo? Is it Aragorn? Is it Gandalf? Is it Sam? It's one of the others. I will die on the hill that Boromir gets too much hate, and Boromir was actually a very strong leader. And in a lot of ways, the Fellowship would have completely failed if it were not for Boromir. But who is it really? And is the answer different depending on different situations? And so I really want to start thinking about, what are these different leaders? What are these different tendencies? And then we'll come back to this question of, all right, like who do we think was the best leader? Is there an answer? Maybe, maybe not. And so to do this, I'm going to dive into a tool that we call the five voices. And this is a way that we can think about how we are as a leader. And if we're not familiar, the five voices is similar to things like Myers-Briggs or even Enneagram or there's the color test. We have all of these different types of personality tests. The five voices is similar to those, but it's one that really centers itself in leadership and what are our tendencies when it comes to using our voice as a leader. And the idea is that there's these five different voices, and we'll have one of these that is our strongest voice, that is who we are as a leader, but it's also that we use all five of these voices. And so we're able to tap into these five voices, and some of them are very natural to us, and some of them are very difficult for us. And so I want to dive into what do these five voices look like. And for my module, this is going to be a core of a lot of what we look through. And it's really important when you start diving into leadership and just how do I use different leadership tools and learn how to, manage teams and conflict and communicate. It's so important to know who am I as a leader first and who are other people as leaders as well. And so how can I actually connect with them? And so we're going to dive right into the five voices. And so this idea is that, everyone speaks, not everyone is heard. We all have a voice, but sometimes we're not heard. So how do we use our voice to connect with others? And how do we understand what our voice is? And maybe what are those reasons that maybe we're not being heard? What are those reasons that we see leaders not being able to be followed or fulfill what they're trying to do because their voice is not connecting with those around them. Your natural tendencies don't always connect with others the way you think you do, because it's really easy to lead if you're leading a bunch of people who are exactly like yourself. That's simple. People will understand you. But the reality is that we're all different. And so how can we lead those around us if we don't know who we are, if we don't know who they are? So we'll jump right into the five voices. We have nurturer, creative, guardian, connector, and pioneer. And so the entire population is made up of these five voices, and we're all made up of all these five voices. So we have a voice order. And so the top of these are going to be what is most natural and our strongest voice. But the bottom of them, we might actually be good at that voice also, but it might be much more unnatural to us and difficult for us to tap into that. So nurturer, that's 43% of the population. It's the biggest chunk. And they're a champion of people, relational harmony, and values. And that's a present-oriented voice. And if we see these bars here, it kind of shows the loudness of the voice. The nurturer is the quietest of the 5 voices. Next, we have creative. This is a champion of future ideas, innovation, and organizational integrity. They make up 9% of the population. They're very future-oriented. And the Guardian is next. They're 30% of our population. So interestingly, 73% of the population is Nurture or Guardian, are 2 present-oriented voices. And so if you're a future-oriented person, odds are 73% of the population is maybe not aligned with you in that. But the Guardian is a champion of due diligence, resources, efficient systems, and processes. And then we have our connector, 11% of the population. Now getting to one of our louder voices, they're a champion of relational networks, collaborative and effective communication, and they are also future oriented. And then our last voice, the smallest amount of the population, this is our pioneers. They're a champion of strategic vision, results focused, and problem solving. This is 7% of the population. Now, the pioneer might be what we think more of our more typical leader of. They are our loud one. They are so goal oriented and out there, and they're going to be the loudest voice in getting things done. But that also comes with their downfalls. Sometimes they don't connect with people as much as they think they're going to. And so the beauty of the 5 voices too is there's not a one correct leader. This is not a, oh, our pioneer voices, those are the ones that we want to be our leaders. No, it really depends the situation, depends who are we leading, what are we doing. All 5 of these voices could be a fantastic leader, a fantastic CEO, a fantastic whatever position you want to put them in. Each one of these 5 voices could potentially be great in that scenario. All 5 voices can lead. And so we're going to dive into each of these just a little bit deeper. The first one is the nurture voice. And as we go through these, I want us to think about a little bit internally, which one of these resonate with me? Which of these do I feel really strong? Or which one of these do I feel this is absolutely not me at all? I am not this person. And also I want to think about, our Tolkien characters, especially, those 9 fellowship members that we're thinking of. Which voices are they as well? So the nurture voice, their tendency is they can quickly gauge how people react or feel to an idea, decision, announcement. They're quick to defend people over the project. They're really the glue for relationships. They're protecting people. They really care about, again, nurturing those people around them. They want to make sure new directions, decisions are thought through well. Great at celebrating others, sometimes not always great at celebrating themselves, though. And they're natural team players. They're resistant to change and can be passive aggressive. And so with our nurturers, who do we think is a nurturer within our fellowship? I think that Samwise Gamgee is a wonderful example of a nurturer. He is someone that we obviously see cares for Frodo in so many ways of like putting him over himself. But we also, again, talked about a little bit of that downside of, he can be resistant to change and passive aggressive. We see that with him at Smeagol of some of that downside of his nurture side too. But we definitely have so many scenarios that we know that, Frodo would have failed if it weren't for Sam. Like the ring would not have been destroyed if it was not for Sam and his nurture voice being there and being there to support the people around him. So then our next voice, we have the creative voice. And this is, their tendencies are, they love to think about different ways to approach a problem. They can often anticipate where things will go wrong in the future. I always see ideas and projects as things that can still be improved. They're kind of internal perfectionists. Can't isn't in their vocabulary. They place a high value on integrity, and sometimes it can be hard to understand their ideas. The creative is a very misunderstood voice sometimes because they're always thinking so new and outside of the box. And if you're not a creative voice, you might not understand them at first. They have a hard time really voicing what their opinion is in a way that others understand. And so thinking of the creative voice, who are some of those characters that we think potentially could be a creative voice, whether within the fellowship or even outside of the fellowship? I know outside of the fellowship, one of my favorite examples of a creative is I do think Bilbo Baggins is a great creative. Again, he might not look like it at first when he is not very adventurous and going forward, but man, he is so resourceful and that high integrity as well. and always solving new ideas. I think Frodo as well is probably a creative. But again, drop in the chat if we think otherwise, or anyone that comes to mind when we see these tendencies and who these leaders are. But that creative voice, again, they're 9% of the population, champion of the future ideas, innovation, and organizational integrity. I do think that I love Sam is also a creative voice. I would agree with that as well. And again, I do think he's a strong nurturer, but again, we can have multiple voices that we're very strong in that you can kind of shift between. And I would agree that he's probably got a little bit of creative in there as well. And that yeah, Bilbo did start to struggle with the integrity with the ring, but so did everyone. So is that really a fault of his own? And so, yeah, thinking of rationing the food for the journey back as well, I think that's an interesting point also. Definitely not just future oriented, but maybe there's a little, we'll get to the Guardian, maybe a little Guardian in there as well of really being, organized and looking towards that. Yeah, remembers to bring the rope. Yeah, I didn't really think of Sam as a creative as much. I was really like had him in nurture, but I do agree. Gandalf as well. Yes. I think Gandalf is another great example of creative. I think Gandalf's a unique one where we'll see as we go through that I think Gandalf is one of our characters that we see as so dynamic in that we see use a lot of these different voices and different ways that he leads. But I definitely think the creative is very strong in Gandalf as well. He is certainly a problem solver. And so next after creative, we'll dive into our guardian voice. Their tendency is they naturally ask questions. They want to provide facts to clarify ideas and plans. They rely on proven processes and what has worked before. They prioritize following through on projects, and they naturally think, is that change worth the risk? If we have a set thing that we're going to do, why are we changing it if we have our set structure in place? Do we really need to make a change if it's necessary? They respect and value logic, order, and systems. They're going to be very organized. To-do lists are their friends. They don't like change. They're very present oriented, very good at getting the tasks done in front of them. They desire truth and accurate information over feelings. So they're not always one that's going to be connected to the team as much, but man, are they going to get things done, and they're going to be organized and really they're going to question when change is happening, and they're going to question everything around them really, and they want to make sure that everyone is following through with what they're supposed to do and what their tasks are and getting the job done that needs to get done. And oh, I love the comment of this may be what Denethor started out as, and back to Boromir's Guardian, because yes, those two are my favorite two examples, I think, of Guardian. I think both Boromir and Denethor are Guardians. I think Boromir's are a great example of the really strong Guardian, and what does a good Guardian look like? He has that due diligence, resources, efficient systems and processes. Like again, I don't think the Fellowship would have made it very far without Boromir in being that strong Guardian. And I think Denethor is what you see when a Guardian voice doesn't go well, when we start to see that Guardian voice fall apart. I think that, again, each one of these voices can also be a bad leader if they fall into their bad tendencies and they don't accept some of their pitfalls. And I think that's what we saw in Denethor, is that, yeah, he was undermined by his need for information. That's a great way to put it. And so I really love that you both pulled out both of those as Boromir and Denethor being guardians. Because I think they're such good examples of that. And again, I think why sometimes Boromir's also misunderstood and not seen as much of a leader, because the Guardian's not as much your typical leader, but it was so integral and important to what they were doing. If Boromir hadn't kept them on task at all times and solved some of the problems he did, like who knows what would have happened if we have the creatives all in control going off. The Guardians were so important, but yes, if the Guardians start to go poorly, we can see a Denethor. And oh yeah, Faramir acts as a guardian as well. I do think it's a family full of guardians. Faramir is one I've thought of that I've torn with. I think he's got some nurture in there too, but I think he might be his strongest voice might also be a guardian. I think that family might be real full of guardians in there. yes, I love the different types of hope as well. Yes, that's so true. And again, I love these different ways of looking at things. Both are hope, but how are we approaching it? What is it really looked at? And I do love seeing those moments of Faramir as a guardian too, because he contrasts Boromir so much also. So we can see that even having the same voice, they can be so different in the ways they respond to things. And, are you self-aware as a guardian? As a guardian, can you still pull in some nurturing tendencies to care for people and put their emotions first? That is not a guardian tendency. Or are you going to fall into not caring about people because you're so set in your ways and your need of information and your need of processes? And so let's keep moving forward to our connector voice. Our connector tendencies, they're great at rallying people around an idea or task. They're always trying to connect their experience or network with someone else. They maintain a huge number of connections. So the connector is always going to be someone that says, oh, I know someone that can do that. Oh, you need someone to do that? I know someone that can do that for you. Or I know someone that you'd get along with. I know a person that can solve this problem. They can motivate well, connecting with what motivates others. So they're really good at understanding people and understanding, oh, this motivates you. I can find a way to motivate you to help me or my team, finish this task. I'm really good at not just connecting someone to the dots, but connecting what's going to make this important to you because I understand you. Value contribution, and they want to be recognized. They really want to see that recognition to be recognized, and when they make those connections, they want people to know that they made those connections. Hard for them to give or receive constructive criticism sometimes because they don't want to hurt people's feelings. They're, again, trying to make those connections, and they don't want others to think less of them, which they might see the criticism as, and they definitely don't want to give criticism that might push someone away. And so thinking about who might be our connector voices, those champions of relational networks, collaboration, effective communication. I also agree that this is very Gandalf as well. I think he's also very connector. He knows everyone's strengths. I mean, just what we see of in The Hobbit, of understanding that, Bilbo is going to be great for this. He does. No one else in the party thinks he's going to be great at this. Even he doesn't think he's going to be great at this. But Gandalf sees, he knows what's going to motivate him. He knows how he's going to succeed. But yeah, I agree not so much on the wanting recognition. I think, Gandalf doesn't have a lot of negative things within his character in general. And so sometimes those negative aspects that normally come with a voice maybe don't apply to Gandalf, but Gandalf is, not human. So sometimes he gets away from those. And so I do think that, again, Gandalf's an interesting one that we can fit a lot of places, but I do see Gandalf very much as a connector. I mean, so many times he's delegating tasks to people because he understands what they're going to be able to do and how they're going to be able to succeed even before they do. And I think that's a very connector thing. I think even Elrond is a connector, not just because he, brings the council together, but Elrond, for sure, is a connector in bridging the realms of Middle Earth together, as well as bridging people together in helping figure out how are they all going to solve the problem. I'm not going to be the one to do it, but I can sure find the people, can connect the people who need to do it. And oh, Aragorn when he let the fearful ones choose other service. Yeah, interesting. I could definitely see a little bit of connector in Aragorn as well. I think that's an interesting point in Aragorn's journey there when he lets them run away and says, he sees how scared they are and lets them leave. What voice was really taking over in that moment? Was it his connector? In that, was it his nurturer too? It's an interesting question. I think Aragorn's another one who we see use different voices at different times. And so I think that's an interesting one to think about as well. But let's dive into our last voice. Pioneer is our last voice here. Their tendency is they live with an anything is possible attitude. They constantly think about goals and how to accomplish them. Really good at strategizing with people and resources. Winning is a massive driver. They're powerful and logical communicators. they can sometimes appear arrogant and selfish, at least your pioneers that are less self-aware, because they're so goal-oriented. It seems like people matter less to than the goals. And they'll stop listening to people when they feel that they aren't competent because they want competent people around them and they want to achieve the goals so badly. And that's our pioneer voice. And it sounds like the description of a typical politician is Saruman a pioneer? And yes, Saruman's probably a pioneer. And I will say with that, sometimes with the pioneer voice, we think, oh, okay, this is your typical leader, and this feels like it has a lot more negatives than some of the others. But I also want to be careful with that because pioneers can also be some of our best leaders. But what's so important is that you have a pioneer that does still care about others and is self-aware, because do agree that many of our typical politicians, our typical leaders that we maybe butt heads with or struggle with, man, they're a pioneer voice. But when a pioneer voice can pull in other voices as well and be self-aware, they can be one of our strongest um, leaders. And so I do think, thinking about who is a pioneer, I actually think that Aragorn is potentially a pioneer. And again, he doesn't appear arrogant or selfish much, but that's because he is someone who is so self-aware. He understands who he is so much that he doesn't let the goals get in the way of other people as well. And so I do think that Gandalf potentially is also a pioneer, because he's someone that is so in anything is possible attitude, and has his goals that he's going to do everything he can to achieve. But again, he's someone who's also, as we've talked about, so good at being a creative, so good at being a connector as well. And so we have all these different voices that he potentially uses. And I love sharing that, yeah, I would think these traits need to be tempered with humility and heart. That's so true. And I think what is so important and what we see in some of our good pioneers, whereas, yeah, our Sarumans, maybe even our Sauron was probably a pioneer as well. And it can go really poorly, but also is very needed.
Hi, Henry. Sorry for the jump in. You still have 5 minutes. This is great. Thank
Wonderful.
you.
Thank you. Uh, and so thinking about all these different five voices, I want to then think about who is the best leader. And we have all of these different voices, and I think the perfect leader is someone who shifts to whatever voice is needed at the time. And so think about the question, who is the best leader in the fellowship? I do think Gandalf is obviously a clear answer that we could get into. I do think he's one of the strongest leaders because he shifts into so many different voices that we see. I think he's the one that we see in the most areas of, wow, I could really see Gandalf using his creative voice here, his pioneer voice here, his connector voice here. But also, I think that the real answer is it depends. It depends on what's the situation. What's the leader having to do in the moment? Talk about Frodo. We can pull Frodo into that as well. Of Frodo, I think Frodo is a creative voice. Personally, if we I want to jump back to the creative voice a little bit. Again, quiet leader in his endurance and staying on task, absolutely. And again, he's good at thinking about different ways to approach a problem. I do think he potentially has some nurture in there as well, but I think he's probably a creative, very high on integrity, and cant is definitely not in his vocabulary. And he's someone that is misunderstood by others a lot. And so again, I think the question of who is the best leader. Man, could anyone but Frodo have made it through carrying the ring in the way he did? Probably not. I mean, we learned that, like, we know Gandalf couldn't. We know any of the men couldn't. Samwise probably couldn't have. And we put Gandalf as being our best leader, but man, I mean, you put Gandalf in with Frodo at the end there as they're going up to put the ring, and Sam, the most nurturer there, of being able to say, I can't carry it for you, but I can carry you, and taking up the mountain. If Gandalf replaces Sam in that situation, does the ring get destroyed? I don't think or know that it does. I think that Sam was probably the best leader for that scenario. Or even the moment that he then had to carry the ring and give it back to Frodo, Gandalf couldn't have done that. He couldn't have been the leader to be there. And so I do think the real answer, even though, I'll accept a Gandalf answer of, he is probably the most adaptive, but man, the real answer is it depends. And that's what's so beautiful about leadership, is that it does depend. It depends on the situation we're in. It depends who you're working with, what we need to do on who's going to be the best leader and who's going to, be able to find that voice. And I think what's really beautiful about the five voices is what we talked about is, we want to think about what voice that is, but all voices are important and we all have and use all five voices. So for example, for myself, I am a connector, creative, pioneer, and that those are my top three voices. Nurture is my fourth, guardian's my fifth. I can still be a guardian if I have to. I can still get in that voice. It's just really hard and it's going to be very draining. And so that's going to be difficult for me to do, but we all have and use five voices. And yes, we need each other to thrive. If we're someone who our fifth voice is a guardian, we probably need to surround ourselves with someone who is a guardian. It's so important to have all of these voices to succeed. And so I know my time's running out, so I want to get through my last couple slides of, big idea. Leadership's not about power. It's about people. It's about choices. If you're interested in leadership in general, I would be really excited to have you in my module here come in June, July, and we're going to explore more about the leadership voices and different leadership tools and tying them to Tolkien, but also tying them to ourselves and the real world. And so if you're a Tolkien fan or you're just a curious learner or aspiring leader or interested in anything leadership, I think you'd have fun in my course and excited to hopefully get to talk more with some of you about this because I could go on for a long time talking about how these different leadership voices thrive and how they tie to these characters. But thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much, Henry. Wow, that was wonderful. I just loved, we loved seeing the chat kind of explode during your chat. You know, uh, it was funny, Henry. We were, as a team, talking in the background. Well, what voice do we have? In our leadership style, and um, just want to share about space. Like we already saw a vote come in for Henry's module, and we want to see all of our candidate modules get launched here today. So if you were excited about what you just heard, please check the showcase page, and you'll see Henry's full module in June. And Henry, I just want to share what a delight it was to have you here today. And Henry is one of our newer preceptors, and we're just so happy that he could share that with us. So please check out the Zoom post. I'm just going to post it now. And keep the conversation going on our discussion boards, and Henry will be able to see those if they're in the discussion thread for today. Thanks again so much, Henry, and let's see these candidate modules launch today.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, over to you, Jean, for our next capsule.
All righty. Let me first of all, somebody already handled it. Sweet. All right. Our next module. Welcome to our 11:30 a.m. capsule entitled Embodied Speaking: Comfort, Dynamism, and Connection for Any Talk. It is precepted by Sara and Stinnett. And Sara Ann Stinnett is a writer, performer, and educator who teaches composition, speech, and communication courses for institutions including Harvard Extension School, Southern New Hampshire University, and Berkeley Online. Her creative and scholarly work focuses on embodiment, sound, and presence, drawing from performance training and rhetorical practice. She is undergoing teacher certification in the Miller Voice Method, serves as an interim chair of the board of Boston Dance Theater, and is passionate about helping students and colleagues inhabit their work with comfort, dynamism, and empathy. This capsule is for the talk is a July 2026 candidate, and it is in our living arts sector. Over to you, Sara Ann, with a fun question. What are some of the qualities of an engaging and dynamic speaker?
Thank you so much, Jean. I'm so excited to be here and to speak with everyone. I've been enjoying these earlier capsules, and I'm excited to share a little bit about what I might bring should my module run. So I'm Sara Ann. I'm going to be talking about embodied speaking. Let me share my screen and we will get into it. All right. So many of us likely have had the experience where we know our material, we know what we want to say, but in the moment, during the speaking event, whether that be in a webinar or a class, a lecture, a community forum, we might still not feel fully available to our content. When it's time to speak, there might be something in the way, some obstacle. We've done the research, we've prepared the talk, we know our stuff, but something doesn't line up. Or we're having to push very hard for it to line up. And after the experience, there's a kind of emptiness or an exhaustion, or maybe a disconnect you might have with your audience. So this capsule and my later module is about how to make speaking feel less effortful and more alive, to feel more connected to yourself and to your audience by working through the body, not just the intellect. When we think of a speaker who really holds our attention, we often describe them with words like they're dynamic or they're animated, they have a lot of energy, or I really like the sound of their voice, they're present, they're confident, I feel like they're connected to me, I feel like they're talking to me. And these are wonderful qualities. But what's less clear is, how does a speaker actually achieve those qualities? How do you, as a speaker, in any context that you're in, achieve the qualities of feeling easeful, animated, authentic, comfortable, connected to your audience, and presenting your material in a way that feels as present and active as possible? So I like to start with the question of what actually makes speaking feel alive, because that aliveness really isn't magic. It's something that anyone can study and train to achieve, which is ultimately my goal to help with. So I'd like to introduce the idea of a flow state. A flow state of speaking is really this continuous available state that allows expression to ride breath, ride voice, rather than tension or only idea. It's where the mind and the body are interconnected in the moment of now. So the idea of flow isn't a mystical sense, right? Not a personality trait or something innate that you're just born with. Flow is actually a habituated physical condition. And in this condition, it's where breath and thought and body and voice work together. And there's a synergy that creates this idea of presence, which is a bit of an elusive term. I prefer the term flow because when you're listening to a speaker that you're really engaged with, you feel like, oh, they're talking to me, they're dynamic, they're exciting. There's a kind of presence that they have. And you, as a result, respond and mirror that presence. So that presence is about the speaker responding to what's happening in the room and in themselves, not just pushing through or executing a plan, reading the script, sort of impromptu, extemporaneously speaking their words. It's about not being polished, but having continuity with both the physical and the intellectual skills that you bring into the room. And the idea of a flow state is that there's nothing that gets in the way of expression as it is actually happening. So speaking of things that get in the way, why does flow break down? Why can't we just show up and do this perfectly all the time? Why doesn't all of our practice with maybe our slides or our content yield a kind of perfection? Well, in most fields, we're trained in content, but we're not always actually trained in the physical act of delivering it, of making ourselves, our mind, available to our content under pressure. I like to introduce this idea of duress. So pressure and duress in my mind are very similar in a speaking event. So duress, I think of as anything in the present moment that takes your attention away. This could be nerves. It could be thinking back to what you've memorized. It could be distractions. Any kind of duress is a sort of pressure in a speaking event. And when we are under duress, we default to certain speaking patterns. Often it's holding our breath. So instead of pausing to just take a nice inhale, let your audience process, you might rush and push through. Another kind of pattern is tightening in the body, tension. This is where your shoulders start to come up, particularly those of us who are giving a lot of lectures on the Zoom screen here, right? It's my favorite position. Tension in the body. Maybe that's tension in how your diaphragm is functioning, your arms. Maybe it's even your jaw. Your eyes can even start to feel tension. Other types of patterns that occur under duress are rushing. Often we rush because we want to make sure we get through the content and say it powerfully and be present and be pushing into it, right? But that can often lead to rushing. And another really, really common obstacle that occurs in this experience is kind of getting in our own head, focusing on our thinking rather than actually what we are saying, connecting to our audience. So when some of these patterns happen under duress, we lose greater access to ourselves and the people in front of us. And when I say greater access to ourselves, I mean both our physicality, the resonance and musicality of our voice, but also to our perspective, to our own emotional connection to what we're saying, and consequently to our audience being able to access those pieces of us. So the issue, the problem of flow isn't usually knowledge or intention. It's often integration. And flow begins with breath. The approach that I use to coach, teach, and inhabit embodied speaking draws in part from the Miller voice method, and it treats speaking as an integrated act. In other words, not just what you say, but how breath, sound, movement, and attention and point of view all work together in real time. And importantly, it centers on the audience experience. So the question then becomes, what allows a speaker to actually do this, to stay available under the very real pressure of being watched and listened to when there are stakes? My method seeks to tangibly investigate this, to ask what allows this person to remain available under the duress of speaking. And one of the clearest physical ways we can access and habituate a flow state is something called active breath. Active breath is a continuous inhale and easeful exhale without holding. Active breath interrupts bracing or pushing. It helps launch your voice from that spot of flow of your breathing, flow of your physical movement, not anticipation or memory. It gives the body a usable rhythm. When you are breathing, you are literally interacting with the present moment and taking in information and expressing. Active breath allows thought and sound to animate together. As this little diagram I'm showing you kind of reveals, and I'll talk through it just briefly here. Active breath, we want to live in what's called the green zone, and the green zone is represented by this green circle. The red in the middle are those habits I was telling you about: constriction, tension, pushing, a lack of pauses, so on and so forth. So the little blue there moving around is your breath. And it's worth noting that every breath is of a different capacity and size. Even right now, sometimes I'm taking little short breaths, pausing. Sometimes I'm going for a little bit longer and moving through longer breaths. So the size of the breath varies, but this is the ultimate goal with active breath, to have your cyclical movement go only within the green zone. So your exhale is an expression and your inhale is actually an impression. And we'll talk more about what you are expressing and what you are taking in a moment. But as this diagram reveals, this breathing is a cyclical process. There's no holding. So this might sound deceptively simple, like, oh, I just need to breathe. Okay, no problem. But how do you actually do that, right? It's not just about taking a deep breath or kind of getting into some meditative, like mindful trance. The idea with active breath is to increase and create a physical facility within you, and to practice this to the point where you have habituated not only an increase in proprioception, your awareness of where you are in physical space and time, but to increase the muscle memory of your physical conditions, being more aware of what interrupts your covert holding patterns gives you greater access to them, thus bringing you into continuity. Most of us, when we're under pressure, fall into the red zone here. We have sort of holds, we extend beyond, and when the cyclical flow is compromised, flow stops, and thus thinking is interrupted. How you breathe is connected to how you think. An active breath gives the body a rhythm. It allows thought and sound to move together. Once you start looking for it and you become more aware of the obstacles to active breath, you can see really predictable patterns. There's this holding, this over-controlling, you might call it sculpting. There's this pushing. There's often a one range, a lack of dynamics. You and yourself might notice yourself speaking ahead of your own thinking or trying to get it right. Make sure you say it the right way, as opposed to responding to how it feels in the actual moment, delivering maybe from memory rather than from the present. So one of the biggest shifts that I aim to work on in embodied speaking is moving from speaking at an audience with your prepared presentation to speaking with your audience and allowing what you know you want to communicate to be changed by that synergy and that interaction. The good news is that the flow state is not something you just have or don't have, right? It's not something you're like born with or that's innate. It's trainable. It is trainable through very concrete and repeatable physical practices. And my intention is to help make those practices accessible. So instead of just like hoping you feel more comfortable and expressive, this module aims to build the conditions that make you possible. So the full module is built around these tangible strategies that help you interrupt habits and achieve a kind of flow. Some examples of specific strategies and practices will be alignment and posture resets, things that are increasing your breath capacity and facility and habituating that connection to your actual voice. Thinking about the musicality of your sound. How do you experiment with pitch and rhythm? Working on pausing and pacing, and a lot of coaching in the process. Importantly, this module is about applying these techniques to your own material, to your own speaking content. The work is always moving back and forth between technique and real situations. And up until this point, I've been focusing a lot on flow with regards to the speaker's experience. But flow isn't just internal, it has a direct effect on your audience. This is because attention, audience intention, isn't just about information, right? It's not just about these slides or the words that I'm saying. It's about how that information is delivered and received. In my module, I use a simple model as an underscore to think about audience attention. And in this model, there are 3 conditions for sustained attention. And when they operate simultaneously, you can more greatly achieve what is called sustained suspense. Suspense and surprise, right? The ultimate ingredients to being an engaging speaker. So first is context. You want to make sure that your audience can actually follow you. Your audience has to understand what you're talking about, right? This has to do with vocabulary, framing, structure, stakes. In a skills term, you might call this rhetoric, right? How language is organized so the speaker can enter it. The next condition is value. Your audience asking themselves, is this actually worth my time? Your audience needs to believe that they can gain something from staying engaged with you. They need to believe that they'll walk away with an insight, that they'll have some kind of recognition, maybe that they experience emotional resonance, or that what they hear and feel is relevant to their own lives. In practice and application, this is often called storytelling. People feel that there is value when they sense personal stakes, moments of choice, vulnerability, and discovery. The third condition is called an abundance of varied information. In other words, your audience can't and shouldn't get ahead of you. So even with context and value sort of being taken care of, your audience attention can collapse if they can predict what's coming next. Human brains are prediction engines. We pattern match, we automate, we conserve energy, we disengage when things become monotone. Often I'm in a room where I am listening to someone speak and I'm so interested in what they're saying, but they're saying it all the same way the whole time. And I find myself having to work harder and harder and harder to hear what they're saying because we're lacking an abundance of varied information. When things are predictable, attention wanes. When things are varied, sustained attention begins. So let's talk a little bit more about information. What does that actually mean in embodied speaking? This third area kind of breaks down into 3 additional components. Information ultimately means anything that communicates point of view. It comes from 3 escalating forms. First is verbal semantics, literal meaning of words, right? The most general form of information within a communication event. Shared definitions, established context, right? The most general channel of communication and information. Semantics are like shortcuts that orient the listener. The second is body language, nonverbal communication. This component is starting to communicate a little bit more point of view, right? This is posture, gesture, facial expressions, tempo. You can even see me. I'm getting more excited about talking about this. I'm gesturing a lot more, right? I'm starting to communicate to you a little bit of my thoughts about it through my physical expression. Nonverbals start revealing emotion, your stance on something, your intention. Gestures and body language, usually in a speaking context, really need to be heightened to carry point of view. The third area is the most complex medium for communicating point of view, and that's vocal musicality. This includes your pitch, right? Going high, going low, using your register, your rhythm, your pacing, volume, how you phrase things, also pauses. Voice directs attention to your point of view. One level deeper, what is point of view? Let's talk about it just a little more concretely. We can break down point of view into 3 components. Present information, which is the event itself. A thing happens. The angle from which you see it. So present information is what is happening now, and then the angle is where you stand in relation to it. This might be your physical position, your role within the event, power, status, relationship. 2 people can witness the exact same event and receive different information because they occupy different angles, right? So your point of view has to do with seeing or experiencing the event in your specific stance, position, relationship to it. But that's not all, because point of view is also impacted by something called lens, right? This is what you bring to the moment. This is the sensibility through which you see from your angle the event. This means your history, your identity, your beliefs, your fear, your desire, right? All that good character stuff. So your point of view is the collision of what happened, how you encountered it, and who you are. And here's the counterintuitive in part. The clearer you are about your point of view through tangible and concrete vocal and physical choices, the more universally you are understood. When people feel and see you and perceive that they are gaining clear access to your point of view, specificity occurs and thus engenders recognition. But to overview the attention model, which again underlies my module, sustained attention requires context. Can I actually follow what you're saying? Value. Does this matter to me? An abundance of varied information through your words, your body, your voice. As a result, your point of view starts to come about by the present information being communicated through your angle and your lens. And when all 3 conditions are active, the listener enters what you could call a sort of mild trance state. They're less observing and they are more inside the experience. When your audience isn't active, your audience becomes a witness. When they are active and inside the experience, they're a participant. And the flow state has this as its core goal. Move your listener from watching the experience to being inside of it. That is where persuasion, memory, and loyalty starts to begin. So to zoom out here a little bit, the full module of embodied speaking develops these ideas through 3 main capacities. Comfort, so you're not fighting your own body. You have greater ease and access through habituated pattern in practice and technique. Dynamism, so your voice can actually carry meaning. So you have a sense of musicality and rhythm and point of view and connection. So there's a sustained suspense that your audience and your listeners stay with you and feel that they are participating in the experience of your content, not just the ideas of it. And underneath this frame, there are 3 guiding pillars to internalize and personalize your own approach to embodied speaking. And that's these questions of what matters to you in your speaking event. Why do you actually care? And why must you be the one to say it now? And internalizing these questions starts to give your work depth, specificity, and point of view. So in actual sessions, the structure of the classes are pretty simple. We'll alternate between learning a specific skill and applying it through coaching of your own material. The techniques are accessible, adaptable, very short and repeatable practices. So you're not just learning techniques, you're actually integrating them into your own practice. After one class, you can take a skill and apply it the very next day. And over time, those small practices can start to build into a reliable process that becomes an essential way for you to not just prepare for a speaking event, but to more greatly internalize your content and to make yourself accessible to your audience and to be changed by being open and available to the information that your audience gives you in real time and space, to have your inspiration, your inhale, be changed by what you are experiencing from your audience and of yourself, to then influence your expression, your exhale, which is what carries your voice. And my big goal is to help you speak from the best of yourself. So if you have something that you care about saying, a lecture, a talk, a piece of writing, feedback to a colleague, this module is ultimately designed to help you carry that material, not just into the room with more ease and more clarity and stronger relationships, but ultimately to be heard, to be experienced, right? It's about creating an experience that others can enter with you. And with that, I'll pause. Looking at the chat for any questions.
Thank you very much, Sarah Ann. That was very illuminating. Speaking as somebody who does live streaming on the side, I'm already seeing things that I can use in my own work. See, I'm starting to gesticulate more than I normally do because it's a lot of fun, especially when I go, ooh, you get really excited about something that happened in the game or whatever. So, if anybody in our chat has any questions, please let us know.
I have a question.
And oh, Pilar, please go
Yeah,
ahead.
and it's also hi Sarah Ann. So because Susan mentioned in the chat that it sounds like these are skills that apply to just living life well. And I was wondering how you can elaborate a little bit on that comment and telling us how this relate to, a more general approach to life.
Sure, sure. So I think that the practice of vocal techniques and embodied speaking is something that ultimately transcends formal or informal speaking events. So the idea of breath, right, is integral to every single moment of every single day of your life. So even if you aren't in a situation where you're giving a lecture or you're doing public speaking, no doubt you have conversations in your life that are important to you, right? With a friend, a family member, with a community. And the idea here is to allow yourself to increase awareness of your own breath, to be more present and more integrated into the now. And this is something that even in this exact moment, even in, calling my mom before this session, hey mom, Jamie's a longtime fan of space, right? I'm trying to be more available to the moment and integrating specific choices in my physical presence to make myself both available to listening and expressing more authentically. So yes, embodied speaking isn't just for formal presentations. It's for every single day life. And in the sessions, it's completely up to you what kind of text and material you'd like to bring. So if you have a lecture or a poem you've memorized that you're going to recite, or just a conversation you want to have, or a hobby you're really interested in, or anything, you don't have to have anything memorized. You just need to be willing to speak and communicate, and deepen your relationship with your own sense of self and point of view.
And I guess from what you're saying, that this also makes you a better listener in general, because you're focusing on the moment and then you are right now listening to what the other person is saying, right?
Yes, yes. I think there's something very dialogic about this idea of active breath. And when I say dialogic, I mean interested in being changed by the event to then have a greater connectivity and synergy with who you are experiencing the moment with. And active breath isn't just about taking a deep breath and being able to communicate. It's about taking in the different kinds of information in the communication context to then inform your actual point of view and expressivity of the moment. So expression is inherently reliant upon impression. And that cyclicality is, in my opinion, what can deepen relationships in everyday life, deepen your own experience with your own thoughts, and ultimately increase your ability to connect with the world and with your ideas.
Thank you.
There's some interesting comments in the chat. Joe said that he's heard coaches saying the parts about breathing to their athletes in a couple of different sports. So that is very, very interesting. So, any final thoughts at this point?
Well, I will say that I appreciate Joe's comment because the active breath is akin to a slightly more athletic breath, meaning it is more physical than I would say a resting breath or a more vegetative state of breathing, which does not mean you have to be an athlete to be able to speak better. But there is a sense of a greater increase in facility that has more musculature around it. So I would liken embodied speaking to, in a sense, a physical, an athletic process. I would say low-key athletic, but that's a great comment.
All right. Well, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation this session and for, the questions in chat. If you're interested in going deeper, please check out Sarah Ann's full module. It is candidating for July of this year and is now available for pre-enrollment. We need 4 students to pre-enroll in order to confirm this module. Also, if you add the course to your wish list, we can keep you in touch of all the news about it, and we'd love to have you as a part of the class. Finally, please check out our info in the Zoom chat for all the info links about the full module and our space program and how to get in touch with us. But now it is time for our next capsule. Over to you, Pilar.
Yes, we are ready for our noon capsule, and it features our general humanities sector. It is entitled The Dark Zone, Caves, Myths, and Meaning in Medieval English Literature. And it's going to be presented by Dr. Shelley Williams. Dr. Shelley Williams recently graduated from the University of Oxford with her doctoral degree and is in the process of turning her dissertation into her first book with Oxford University Press. She is a medievalist specializing in Chaucer studies and material culture. Currently, she lives in a seaside town in South Carolina with 4 teenage daughters, her husband, and their beloved dog, Marigold. Shelley's full module is a June 2026 candidate, and it's a pleasure to introduce her to you. Over to you, Shelley.
Thank you so much. I feel like Sarah's talk should have gone last because now everyone is going to be judging my presentation maybe more harshly than they would otherwise. I will do my best. Let me share my screen. Here we go. All right. Looking okay, I hope. All right. Let me begin. I'm brand new to the space program. And I hope to offer this class in June twice a week for about an hour. And in my course, I invite you to explore caves. Caves in Old and Middle English literature, where imagined spaces and living landscapes meet in surprising and revealing ways. The big picture is to think through the relationships between landscape and literature. Question the boundaries between the real and the unreal, and explore caves as both a part of the living world and the imaginative world. I chose caves as a particular point of departure for a few reasons. First, because I think they are generally underappreciated in literary studies, and secondly, because they are unique geological formations with a rich history of fictional representations. In fact, of all the variety of terrains and environments on this planet, perhaps none are more strange, unsettling, or mysterious as caves. These subterranean realms form a natural part of the landscape as cavities, dark zones with no natural light. Caves are irrational compared with the man-made world. There are few straight lines, right angles, or clear sight lines. Caves maintain a nearly constant temperature throughout the year, which acts as a preservative for all manner of materials. The time scale is also alien to the man-made world. Caves are formed over millennia and preserve evidence of deep past. And deep in the recesses of caves are the relics of long-dead megafauna, such as bears and hyenas, as well as human remains. Caves are places where we come face to face with the dead, deep time, and the strangeness of our earth. In fact, just this week, news broke of the discovery of a cave beneath a Pembroke Castle in the UK, revealing extremely rare evidence of early humans and animals, including the bones of a hippopotamus, which roamed Wales 120,000 years ago. The article states, the bones have been described as well preserved, and researchers said the cave was emerging as one of the most important prehistoric archives in Britain. This is a really wonderful example of the strata of human history in the landscape, in which a cave connects us to our earliest ancestors and to a lost world, and how discoveries are happening in real time. The unique characteristics of caves occupy a particularly poignant place in the human imagination. Indeed, the oldest artifacts of humanity and art exist in caves and provide evidence that these spaces have served as sites of interest from the beginning of human history. If this were a regular class session, I would begin with an introduction and a short lecture, and then we would discuss the texts and the ideas together and come away with 2 or 3 thesis statements. But for our mini module today, I'll give you an example of how I lead a textual analysis, and we will go spelunking through a particular fictional cave with surprising parallels with the historic landscape, a text where poetry and art intersect, which is none other than Beowulf. For this audience, Beowulf probably does not need much of an introduction, but for those who may have never encountered the text or read it a long time ago, I can sum it up in 3 sentences. Beowulf tells the story of a heroic warrior who comes to the aid of the Danish king Hrothgar, whose hall is terrorized by the monster Grendel. He defeats Grendel and then journeys to an underwater lair to face Grendel's vengeful mother. Years later, as an aging king, Beowulf kills a dragon, threatening his people, but is mortally wounded, leaving behind a legacy of courage shadowed by loss. Scholars return to Beowulf again and again because not only is it one of the earliest examples of English literature, but because the poetry is so rich and there's nothing else like it in Old English. We only have 1 manuscript copy of this poem, and it's kept in the British Library. You can usually see it on display. The manuscript was written perhaps as early as 1016, but the composition date is unsure, possibly as early as the 6th century. We don't know who wrote it or where they wrote it exactly, so we refer to the author usually as the Beowulf poet. For the purposes of this module, we are interested in the landscape presented in the poem, and the settings in Beowulf are a fascinating mixture of real-world locations and completely fictional places. The title hero, Beowulf, is from Geatland, probably imagined as being in southern Sweden, and he travels to the kingdom of the Danes, ruled by King Hrothgar. Denmark is, of course, a real place, and Hrothgar was probably a real king in the 6th century. Hrothgar rules Hjoret, which is described as homely and picturesque, and it's central to the society. The Great Hall is the center. It is beautifully furnished and comfortable. It serves to protect the community's resources, and it is a gathering place for Hrothgar's citizens. Beyond the Great Hall and beyond Hrothgar's kingdom is the untamed natural world, which serves as its antithesis. The natural world is dangerous and wild and an unknown space inhabited by monsters and peril. The first cavernous space we encounter is the unnatural home of Grendel's nameless mother. In the tale, the hero Beowulf has fatally wounded the monster Grendel in the Great Hall, hoisting his severed arm upon the wall as a trophy. Grendel himself limped and crawled away to die in the fen. The landscape is murky and much is left to the imagination. But the description of Grendel's mere is distinctive. It is described as a Nikera mer, which can be translated to something like the Lake of Monsters. It is part of a wider marsh, and in the text, it is referred to as a fen. And the word fen in Old English could be used to mean mud, clay, filth, or even excrement. So the Lake of Monsters exists in this liminal, terrifying filthy marsh. And in the story world of Beowulf, this is the home of Grendel and his mother. A bit like Pandora's box, releasing all manner of evil into the world, Grendel and his kin are the product of the biblical Cain slaying Abel. After Cain murders his brother, Cain flees to the wastelands, a space outside of civilization. In the book of Genesis, it describes the descendants of Cain as evil giants. They were so evil, in fact, that eventually the earth was purged by Noah's flood. The narrator of Beowulf describes the origin of Grendel and his kin this way, and I will read it in the Old English, and you can follow along with the translation if you like on the right. Grendel's mother, Ides Eglitchwif, Irtha Yamonda Sithu Water Egessen Hunian Shoulder, Kjold Strema Sidden Cain Weirth, to Ekbanen Angen Brother, Father and Mage, he the Fagewat. Mordra je markad, man dream fleien Western Huaroda. Thanen wok fellag Joshaft Gasta, Pwastera Grendel Sum. So here we get a sense of the wastelands as a place existing outside of natural laws. And Grendel essentially spawned from this first act of murder. And thus he and his mother are an embodiment of that sin. Grendel, his mother particularly, inherits Cain's bloodlust. So when Grendel dies, his mother seeks revenge, and Beowulf must face her. He then enters the wilderness, seeking the Lake of Monsters with a group of warrior companions. This realm is protected by ghostly dark spirits that stalk the marshy wastes in the mist. And this illustration is from a 1982 version of Beowulf by Charles Keeping. And I really think it captures this liminal, murky feeling of Grendel as the Elor Gastus. The hero Beowulf must traverse this high wolf country, the Wolf Hioth, a land of windy cliffs, deadly marshes, and mountains and crags. And finally, he and his companions arrive at the Lake of Monsters. And here Grendel's mother lives, in an underwater cave at the very bottom of the lake. The cave is described something like the inverse of Hjorot. It is populated by citizens of her realm. In her case, slimy sea monsters and snakes. And her cave even has a vaulted roof lit with flickering flames. Beowulf's journey to Grendel's mother's cave involves swimming to the bottom of the Lake of Monsters, where he must face unspeakable horrors and battle the creatures trying to destroy him along the way. It takes most of a day of swimming downward to reach her lair. And the cavern itself is one of marvelous contradictions. It is described as a sort of hall, but it is inhospitable. It is deep underwater and yet dry. Somehow the water itself burns. It is freezing cold, but lit by bright glaring flames. So I want to pause here and think about the role that the cave itself plays. Basic but fundamentally opposing elements are placed in contention with each other in this unworldly space. Light and dark, male and female, fire and water. And this could be viewed from a Jungian angle as a type of alchemical reaction. Carl Jung wrote that caves were a type of vas hermeticum, a place in which transformation is effected in darkness. A vas hermeticum is a sealed alchemical container essential for protecting the transformation process from external contamination and preventing the escape of volatile spirits. The cave in this instance would thus serve as a type of vas hermeticum, a confined, pressurized space where transformation takes place. It is here that opposing forces clash and catalyze in the violent reaction between Beowulf and Grendel's mother in their fight to the death. And this reaction produces direct results. The first, of course, is Beowulf's triumph. He wins. He completed the task that he promised to Hrothgar, and in return, Beowulf becomes an adopted son of the king. He has been tested and proven and essentially reborn. Another result is more material. In the monster's cave are treasures, specifically armor and weapons. In fact, Beowulf slays Grendel's mother with a sword he pulls from her own hoard, described as the best of weapons, ornamented and burnished. In a very cinematic scene above ground, Beowulf's companions believe he has died because the water at the surface of the lake is boiling with blood and churning foam. Again, think of an alchemical reaction. When Grendel's mother is slain, something corrosive or poisonous is released, and this substance dissolves the blade that Beowulf had just wielded. All that is left of his sword is the golden hilt, which he eventually presents to Hrothgar as a type of a battle trophy. This is how it's described in the poem, but this time I'll read it in modern English. Below, that sword had begun to melt in battle-bloody icicles. That it melted it away was as much a marvel as ice itself when the Father unwinds the bonds of frost, loosens the freezing chains of water, who keeps the power of times and seasons. He is the true God. Already the sword had melted away. Its blade had burned up, too hot the blood of the poisonous spirit who had died within. So this section presents us with really wonderful imagery of a blade melting as frost melts in spring, with an allusion to the Christian God's almighty power, especially over monsters. And the blade is described as both melting and burning, too hot the blood of the poisonous spirit who died within. Heather O'Donoghue, who wrote in her recent book about Beowulf, she comments on this reaction, this sort of chemical reaction with the blade, stating, "It is worth noting that Anglo-Saxon treasure assemblages, such as the Staffordshire hoard, for instance, often contain not swords in toto, but their golden hilt collars, sometimes in large numbers. Perhaps the author of Beowulf saw such assemblages, hilts without blades, which had perhaps been broken or notched and had been separated from their gold parts, which men then collected as treasure, and was prompted to imagine how the iron might have been melted down." So in the Beowulf poet's landscape were actual burial caves with golden sword hilts among the treasures. And thus Beowulf's sword hilt may then have an imaginative connection to the actual material world of the Beowulf poet. Prehistoric, Bronze Age, and Anglo-Saxon burial mounds essentially recreated or built cavernous tomb spaces to bury their war leaders, often along with golden treasure, including sword hilts. Because the people who laid this treasure in burial mounds left no written record, it was left to those in the Middle Ages to speculate on their origins. And often this speculation led to the conclusion that they were the work of antediluvian giants. Stonehenge, for example, was sometimes believed to have been built by Cain's race of giants who stalked the land before Noah's flood. Indeed, Beowulf's hilt is described as an Enta Eir work, the ancient work of giants, with runic inscriptions. O'Donoghue explains it this way. We are told that the hilt is also inscribed with the name of the magnificent sword's first owner, in perfect runic lettering, the alphabet of the earliest Germanic tribes. The hilt is thus marked with the oldest script known at the time. Therefore, the sword that Beowulf pulls out from Grendel's mother's collection is a sort of family heirloom of Grendel's and his kin. From the very dawn of time, the time of giants and monsters, and preserved deep in their own cave. So we can see how Grendel's mother's cave resonates with cavernous spaces in the real world of the Beowulf poet. But there is an even further example of the interweaving of the landscape in literature here. It comes in the form of a biblical conundrum, which the Beowulf poet must wrestle with. How could Grendel and his kin exist in the world after Noah's flood? By setting the poem in the real kingdom of Denmark and giving one of his characters the name of a real king, Hrothgar, the poet has essentially removed the poem from the atemporal realms of myth and into historical epic. Thus, Beowulf is set after Noah's flood. So how could Grendel and his mother exist if the flood took out the rest of the giants? Well, Genesis states that all creatures, except those on the ark, were wiped off the face of the earth. But the face of the earth does not mean creatures beneath the surface, right? So primordial monsters in the oceans and the rivers survived the flood. Compared with terrestrial animals, marine animals do seem like they belong to a completely different world. Coming face to face with a shark, for example, I think you definitely get a sense of a primordial alien creature. So, how did Grendel and his mother survive? In their underwater cave. They missed the flood. So, to conclude about Beowulf and the sword hilt in the cave, the image of a triumphant Beowulf watching in wonder as the blade in his hand melts away like ice in spring, marveling at the runic inscriptions on the golden hilt, standing in this underwater cave over the bodies of his enemies, we can detect elements of folklore concerning giants, biblical ideology of God's power over sin and evil. There are touches of ecclesiastical thought. Alcuin of York, for example, wrote about how the sea creatures survived the flood. And of course, layers of cave symbolism. The cave acts as a type of womb through which Beowulf is reborn as Hrothgar's son. The cave is a container for ancient treasure and ancient evils. And the cave is a symbolic crucible where conflicting forces enact transformation, even some kinds of chemical reactions. When we place the fictional caves in Beowulf alongside historical caves and their holdings next to each other, we can see where the threads of reality are woven into the imaginary story world of the poem. And these threads highlight key themes in the text as a whole, specifically ideas of transformation, heroicism, and good conquering evil. This is only one of the caves that we will explore in my module. We will think through Plato's allegory of the cave from his Republic, which provides some scaffolding for the entire course. We will go spelunking through Merlin's dream caves and ideas of nation building and dragons, naturally. We will also explore the Green Knight's chapel and its connections to the underworld. Then we will turn to a completely different idea of caves in Chaucer's texts, which appear in his astrological passages as caves in space. Um, I recently finished my doctoral thesis in Oxford, and I wrote about Chaucer and his astronomy, and no one ever talks about his astral caves, so you'll get a chance to hear about that. We also explore anchoritic cells with anchorites who lived and consider the ideas of tombs as caves in a very religious context. And we'll look at some of the physical evidence of these anchoritic cells. And then in my final class, we will visit one of my favorite caves, Wookey Hole in Somerset in the UK. And we will explore its long history of human interaction, from Neolithic shelters and Roman shrines to a Victorian paper mill, and finally to its present day campy, kitschy charm, complete with animatronic dinosaurs. So hopefully I'll see you in class. It's going to be a really great one and something I've been thinking about for a long time, thinking about caves and Old and Middle English, and hoping to kind of span between about 500 and 1500. That's the time period we're looking at, and specifically looking at landscape and meaning. So I hope to see you there, and I would be happy to discuss any of the questions in the comments.
Thank you so much, Shelley. This was fantastic. And I think we have some questions and comments here in the chat if you want to check them out.
This might be the first appearance of animatronic dinosaurs in a Signum course. Oh, I hope so. Oh yes, and we could imagine the Welsh dragons fighting underground as hippos. Maybe that's the actual teeth they discovered, right? They were dragons. Oh, excellent. Astral Caves, the band of my sympathies, prog rock band. That's fantastic.
I did have a
Um,
question for you about your fun question. I'm just gonna put
oh
it again
yes.
in the chat for everybody. I'm just putting it right now. If you could step into any cave from a story, which would you choose? And I really like fairy tales, and there are many fairy tales that feature caves, especially, for instance, Aladdin and the 40 Thieves,
Mhm.
and always how these are like places that can have a treasure, or but they represent danger. So my question for you is, in terms of fairy tales, do you see the cave similar to the woods as place of transformation, and where characters go and when they come back they have transformed?
Yes. And I think specifically though that caves are connected to death. I think because they have served as burial tombs for a time out of mind. But I think I think caves perform differently than forests. I can only really speak about medieval literature, but forests, any kind of things can happen. But I think only a few things happen in caves, and it almost always involves treasure or the dead. So, or different ideas of deep time, of very strange beasts and creatures and things like that. So I think it does play a different role, but it's similar to forests, I would say.
Right. Thank you. I can see that there are other comments here. Okay. Teresa asks, does Mount Doom qualify as a cave?
No, it's a volcano, right? I don't think it is a cave. Maybe there are caves. Well, Shelob's lair, I guess we could say, is a cavern. But no, Mount Doom. I mean, we'd have to classify that as a volcano, right?
Interesting. And further down, so it would be fair to consider sites like New Grange as artificial caves?
Yes. Yes, I think so. I think well, there's a lot going on at Newgrange, right? It's aligned along solstitial lines, and there's a lot at that site specifically. Um, but I think that there are ideas of building tombs like caves, and especially, I mean, Newgrange is much earlier, but especially with Christ being buried in a type of cave. I think especially in Christian literature in the Middle Ages, it definitely picks up some of those undertones.
Yeah, and somebody put here a comment about, oh, I don't want to lose it. I think it was Moria. Moria is a cave and a tomb for Gandalf.
Absolutely. And think about his transformation and rebirth and having to battle opposing forces. Absolutely. And I really love that. Um, I did see this last question from Sarah. Interesting that caves are associated with death when they were a refuge for our early ancestors. Oh, but there is really great research on that coming out. The whole idea of cavemen and cavewomen like living in caves isn't actually accurate. They may have lived in the mouth of caves. This is something that we do have evidence for. And some caves did serve as dwellings, but mostly they lived out and about. Especially, I mean, if you think far, far back, cave bears hibernated in caves across Europe. You did not want to live in it, right? So they mostly lived at the mouth of caves, but the depth of caves. Um, Not so much a refuge, but definitely more of a tomb. Lots of bones. You could find bones of, well, in my class, I'll show you, I can show lots of slides. We discuss it to discuss that. But yes, I think that's a really interesting idea.
Thank you so much, Shelley. This was wonderful. And I have just posted the information for Shelley's full module. Remember, it's a June candidate, and you can either wishlist it, you can already pre-enroll for it, and we would love to see this class running because it sounds really interesting. And now I think over to you, Rob.
Yes, thank you, Pilar. Thank you, Dr. Williams. Thank you to all of our presenters. This was fantastic. If you would go to the showcase main page, you will see the months that each of our capsule presenters today, when their full module runs. And you'll notice that 4 of those capsules do not yet have enough pre-enrollment. We are looking for 4 students to pre-enroll ahead of time to confirm that module. Now, on the actual pages themselves for those full modules, you can access those from the main showcase page and see how many pre-enrollments are remain to that are needed. So it's our students, it's you who help launch these courses every month, and we just want to thank so much our excellent preceptors today. Our preceptors are the heartbeat of our space program. So we have now arrived at the lunch segment, and so I'm going to share my screen here. Okay. So here is our lunch segment, and I'm going to be inviting Corey, President Dr. Corey Olson, on to join me for this segment, where we will share space updates, what's cooking in space, and also open up a question and answer time. If any of you have questions, please post them in the Zoom chat so that we can answer those questions as we discuss space. Then at 1 p.m. Eastern, so just 30 minutes from now, Dr. Olson will be delivering his Signum University update. And that is going to be on this showcase Zoom. It's also going to be available on our Twitch, our Signum Twitch and Signum YouTube channels. So please feel free to join whichever platform works for you. And whichever time zone you are in, maybe you are in the midst of lunch, please enjoy this noon segment where we can take your questions and start sharing about space. So, Corey, we need to make you a panelist. Okay. And yes, or promote the chat. Any questions that you have along the way. Okay, so I am. Oh, Corey, are you there? Hi, Corey. Fantastic. Of course. So, Anna Ruth, so this would have been Silmarillion note here, is that right?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And Turin Bar. Yes,
That's
okay.
right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Checking my Silmarillion mind there. Okay.
Yes. Well, what a fun morning that was. That was a really neat mixture of things, from some some deep dive Tolkien stuff with Sara to some history stuff with Adam. Loved the leadership workshop, and the Sarah's class on public speaking was so good. There are so many people who need to hear that. I know so many people who, I mean, 'cause I do a lot of speaking. And so I've often talked to people, who are speaking. And of course, I attend dozens and dozens of moots where people are giving talks for the first time ever and standing in front of a room full of people and everything. And so many people just are, want to know, like, how can I, it seems like magic, right? How can you be a better speaker? How can I get over the struggles that I have with it? So that kind of practical advice was so useful. And then Shelley, I love the scholarship, the medieval stuff. Really fun to see all the images and the text, and just delightful. What a fantastic blend, from the scholarly to the practical. It's just a really delightful. That was a really delightful picture into space.
Yes, yeah, I find that even during this call, I have to remember to follow Sarah Ann's advice, to take a breath. I get so excited whenever I get
Yes.
the chance to, spotlight space, share what our program's all about, because it's been built by our students and preceptors, our preceptors offering these really sometimes nuanced, unique takes on all kinds of different areas. So, and then to have a program that is meant to always be student driven. Okay,
Yes.
so if our users, if our BlackBerry users, if our students have anything they would love to see in BlackBerry, that would help that experience. That is something that we as a team, we care so much about. We want you to just feel totally at home when you're taking a space module with us, whether you can actively engage on the camera, or whether it's through the Zoom chat, or we do have some asynchronous opportunities too. We just want to make it available to wherever you are in the world.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's really, that's been the core of what Signum has been about and setting out to do from the very beginning, right? I mean, I founded Signum because basically I was like, okay, educational institutions are not availing themselves of the power of the internet to do everything that the internet can do. Right. And of course, the internet can deliver content, and that's still really, really valuable. But of course, the internet can also connect people. And that is the thing that still most educational institutions are not doing enough and not doing well enough. All of them now are using the internet to deliver content, but it's almost all static content. They're still doing very little of this. And this has always been the heart of space, right? We do want things to be available to people, and often, and you can get recordings, you can watch lectures, and for many people, I know that is where they are. That is what they can do, and we love to make that available. But again, the heart of Signum University in general, and of space in particular, has always been the opportunity to connect with people, the opportunity to have the classroom experience where you're there, in real time, face to face with with a teacher and with fellow students and so many people. I mean, there's a reason we've been teaching in the classroom for centuries. Like it's so valuable to be able to have fellow learners and to be interacting with the teacher. And just the ability to have that experience, and in a small class environment where you really get a chance to talk and discuss and be a part of things and be shaping that learning experience. It's so important.
It's one of the things that, you know, we've gotten so excited this last week because Nakot was able to bring discussion boards to BlackBerry, and so it's just so exciting to see kind of the capacity, right? To grow this into many ways to engage. And so we invite our showcase participants today to be our beta testers. We really do appreciate your feedback. This is new to BlackBerry, but as we phase that in, many participating in May, and then we hope to go big in June with the discussion groups. We're just using it in kind of a beta way, but that's just one of those other ways that our students, unless you had Discord and could join our Signum Discord, maybe you felt, oh, how do I engage with my fellow students in my class? Well, now we've been able to bring that to BlackBerry, and so please enjoy it and give us your feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Rob, there are so many fun things that are coming up in space here, and I know we want to share both some specific things, like specific modules that are coming up that we want to make people aware of so that they know what's kind of coming down the pipe soon and can start planning and thinking and pre-enrolling and getting ready for those things. But I know there are also some other opportunities, like other coupon and discount things that are coming. We've got some more fun stuff happening there. And yeah.
You know, Corey, why don't we do a drop? Why don't we do a drop of our first discount through BlackBerry that we've ever had? I'm just going to share my screen, and Corey, can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Okay, there it is.
Our single token 20.
So this is really even on a purely technical level, this is so exciting for us. Something that we have wanted, that we wished to do for a really long time, was able to offer discount codes, to have the flexibility of being able to have sales on things. And we never had the software infrastructure for that. It is surprisingly complicated to do that sort of thing. But again, through our wonderful new help, it was again Nakat Fatima who helped us with that and made that happen so good. So now we're announcing a sale if you want to buy a single token. So this is perfect for if you're just trying things out, if you want to do you want to take a stab at an upcoming module, you can get 20% off the purchase of a single token. So let me see. Rob, can I share my screen?
Can you share your screen? Because I just have this feeling. I have this feeling that when you go to BlackBerry, you're going to see a banner associated with this.
Exactly.
Let's check that it's working.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see here. Somewhere I've got BlackBerry here. There we go. Let me. Okay, so this is complicated because I'm sharing this in like 4 different ways. So let me hang on a second here. Okay.
Into the test.
I need to, let's see. Actually, I need to share this. So let me see if I can do this. Okay. Yes, actually streaming my desktop and broadcasting on Zoom at the same time is shockingly complicated. Hang on, here we go. All right, I got that. This is what I want. Okay, so I've got that, and then I need to actually bring it over here so that the other people can see it. There we go. Okay, excellent. So here's my BlackBerry page, and would you look at that, Rob? There's the banner that tells me about the discount right there.
That's right.
So single token 20. So all I have to do, I'm going to go to purchase tokens over here under my account. Hang on, I'm going to make all this bigger. This is kind of small for broadcasting. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to go to tokens. And when so I can purchase tokens in the multiple packs, right? And as we can see from this chart down here, the price per token decreases the more you buy. So if you want to buy a 6-pack, you can get it for $130 a piece, which is far less than $175 a piece. But now, if I pick that 1-pack, because I'm not sure I want to commit to a 6-pack yet, I'm not sure what my plans are, so I want to do one at a time. And here's the banner. And here I can enter this code. So let me do this. Here we go. Single token 20.
And remember to click apply.
Oh, look at that. And there it is. So 140 for a single token. Very good.
Yeah, we wanted this to include everyone, right? So whether you're joining us for the showcase today and maybe haven't participated in a module, we wanted to make it easier access for you to try that out. But also, if you're one of our regular students who might be kind of a 1-pack or 2-pack purchaser, right? Everyone's situation is different, and we just really wanted to make it available for everyone with this code. So this is our first discount code. So we also wanted to realize that we needed a testing period, but we're very excited about discount codes in general. This particular one will run now through to the end of April, and it'll close midnight Eastern in April. So April 30th. Yeah. So please, if you were looking to jump in, well, this hopefully will make it easier for you for the upcoming months.
Yeah.
With your pre-enrollment, with your enrollment, this again, a token. Once you have a token, that is available to you for any one of our confirmed modules. Yeah.
Awesome. That is so cool. Just so exciting to see this, and it's just a great way for people to be able to really get rolling in space. Now, we've got some fun things coming up, right?
We do. So maybe we could take a look at the May modules. Page.
Okay, let's do that. Hang on. Let me make one change here. I'm just gonna make a quick change. There we go. All right. I have so many windows. I'm trying to make sure I get the right thing here. Okay,
I suppose
hang on.
I could have shared my screen.
Yep. Here we go. All right, so I'm going to share a different screen. So that's the one I want to share. Okay, there we go. Found it. Here we go. This is BlackBerry still. Okay, so why don't you give me a little tour here of what's coming up here? So if I scroll down, so I've got all these things, and I'll come back to some of this stuff. I got our events. We'll be talking about that. Signum Partners. We'll be talking about that. Tutorials. I'll definitely be mentioning that too.
May I direct you to the blue bar? This is new.
Yes, the top bar. Yeah.
And you can customize this. You can actually customize the blue bar at the top and the nav at the left side to just make the BlackBerry experience just easier for you to navigate. You do that through the profile and notifications. Right. So if you go to notification preferences, again, most of this is all new because of our wonderful new folks, David Marks and Nakat Fatima. But yes, you can sign up for Zoom reminders. So we've all had that experience where, where's my Zoom link, right? But if you click that Zoom reminders and remember to update with the button at the bottom, you can get change 6 hours before, 24 hours.
Yeah.
So you can customize that. The program interest section, that is the section that controls what you see on BlackBerry.
Right.
So if you want to, unclick several of those, only those that are enabled will give you that viewing experience. Yeah.
Great. So so this is showing all the things up here because I have all the things clicked. Because I admit I'm pretty interested in all the things. So
yes. We just have a question, Corey. Can I use a space token for a tutorial?
Totally.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we use the same token system for our tutorials program.
Yeah, the whole goal of the tutorials is to enable people to pursue individual projects. If you've got something that you need a mentor on, you either have something like very particular that you want to go deep into learning, or very often there's a particular project that you're working on. We have people who are engaged in long-term tutorials with a mentor for a novel that they're writing, right? We have got people doing creative writing tutorials. We have people doing other sort of scholarly tutorials. You're working on a book or article. Those can be really short term. You could do like a 1 month tutorial if, say you're preparing an article for publication and you want to, discuss it with somebody to get feedback on how you might be able to revise and improve your writing. A lot of people really want that confidence. A 1 month tutorial is a perfect way to do that. Or again, it could be a deeper or longer project. There might be a scholar you want to work with. Essentially, one of the things that I sort of had in mind, I remember talking to one of our master's students when she graduated, and she was like, so when is Signum going to do a PhD program? Because I want to continue to pursue my research. And I was like, well, getting a PhD program officially put together and, like authorized by the states, like that's complicated. That's going to be a while. And she's like, but all I want to do is continue to pursue my research. And I'm like, I don't see any reason we can't make that happen, and it was, and so again, like this is what tutorials are for. Like if you want to, somebody in a situation like that, you've got research you've done and you want to continue it. You want to develop so in that instance, we had a master's degree student who wants to take the work that she did and expand it and, develop it into something that would be like the scope of a book or a PhD thesis. That's very much the kind of thing you can do. You can get a mentor that you will be working with tutorials. So it can be something big or it can be something small. There are also people who have given presentations at moots. And the presentation went really well and they got really great feedback and they're really excited about it. And they want to turn the presentation that they did into maybe an article they could submit for publication somewhere or something. And again, that's a really good, maybe a 1 month or a 2 month or, a tutorial with somebody who can help to advise on that. Man, our tutorials program is just perfectly flexible. But the point is 1 month of tutorial is one space token, just like the modules. So it costs you the same as to enroll in a module. For the price of your enrollment in a module, you can get private time with one of our faculty to help you on your project. And there can be different levels there. I mean, if you're working really intensely, it can be a couple tokens, 2 or 3 tokens, depending on how often you want to be meeting and how much you want to be working. How much of the time, of your mentor's time is going to be required, for helping you in the pace of the project that you have planned. So we have some flexibility there, but absolutely the tutorials program functions on tokens.
Yeah, and it's great to hear from Diane, Barbara, and Teresa, sharing about their experience. They've been participants in the tutorials program. And so just a variety of projects that each are doing.
Yeah. And Robert, of course, one of our wonderful space preceptors, was saying it seems like tutorials would be a way to continue language learning when a space cohort comes to an end or for advanced language work. It absolutely would. Especially, again, for people, we often get people who are preparing for a particular reason. Right? Whether it's something like travel or whether it's something like research or something like that. And again, that would be a really great way, having done, like our initial, language learning sequence in space, to be able to continue to get some focused mentoring and instruction in that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's a simple process. If you have a project, you'll simply go to tutorials and you'll fill in an interest form and tell us about your work and what you're looking for. We have on our preceptors page so many experts and rich experience across so many different subject areas. So we ask you, is there someone on our existing staff that you'd be interested in working with? And we just see what's possible from there.
Yeah, so the way to get started with tutorials, right? I just went to the Signum tutorials page. and the first step really is to fill out the student interest form, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Because of course, like, tutorials is enormously individual. Like, there's no like sign up for a thing, because we're not, it's like literally infinite what you can do in tutorials. So instead, how you do it is you fill out the interest form and you tell us, what do you need? What are you looking for? And then we'll meet with you to talk about that, and we'll do the matchmaking. And help you find a mentor who can help you with that, so that's the start of the process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, why don't we pivot to that May page?
Yeah.
If you go to the space.
Okay, so
section,
down in space, I got current and upcoming modules.
Yeah, so we run space on a 4 kind of month cycle where we've got our in progress modules. You see that white bar near the top, current and upcoming modules. So April is we're in the midst of April for those modules. Our confirmed month for May will show all of our confirmed modules. And so these are ready to jump into. Actually, there is a jump in ready.
I love that link.
Tab there too, right?
I love that link.
If
hey,
this is your first module.
Can I back up one quick second? I want to make sure everybody understands about the confirming of modules,
yes,
right? Because this is a really, really important process, and this has been an essential element of how space has been organized from the beginning. I've said this before, and about what an amazing job Rob and his team have done with this. I presented when we founded space, when we started it up 4 years ago, like the original challenge I made was, I want to combine two things which I don't think have ever been combined in the history of education. And that is, I want to combine a sort of on-demand, students, like where students can say, like, I want to learn this, right? And it can really be student driven. So like on-demand education on the one hand, but also synchronous real classroom at the same time. And that combination is a logistical challenge. And that logistical challenge has been met by the space team with this process of candidating modules and confirming modules. So we hear from people, if you are in BlackBerry, you can make out a wish list, right? We get through the wish lists, we get a clear idea of the kinds of things that people are interested in. We recruit faculty to teach, to offer modules on this, and then we offer them, but we offer them as candidates, right? Because we don't know for sure if are we going to have enough demand right now in order to be able to run that class? But we offer a wide array of candidates. And then when students pre-enroll, when they click and say, yeah, okay, that upcoming module, I definitely want to do that. And it was delightful to see a number of people pre-enrolling in today's modules as they were hearing about that, which is awesome. But that's how we know. So like if enough people pre-enroll, like we don't need like to fill the class in pre-enrollments, but we need enough to know that there's going to be sufficient demand to be able to support this class now. And so at that point, that's when Rob flips the switch and officially confirms it.
I've shared it before, at other showcases. We literally dance. Like, we're so thrilled when those folks pre-enroll. Just to use one example, though, many pre-enrolled for other modules today, the full modules. But Henry Wilson's, his leadership course, it has 3 pre-enrollers. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. We have just one more pre-enrollment needed, and boom, we dance. Like, it's just so exciting. We're so thrilled about it. So, Rob, can you demonstrate the dance?
It's principally done in emojis, but
I will do at least the emoji dance at the very least. That if we get one more vote, it could happen live.
I have to say, it's so much fun. Signum, we use Slack for our internal communications in Signum, and the space Slack channels are so much fun because every single month it's just this like parade of celebration. As the pre-enrollments come in and new modules are confirmed and celebrated, and so therefore, remember, the faculty themselves don't know for sure. Like they're going to offer the module, but they don't know for sure if it's gonna run, if there's going to be enough demand at that point. So, they get the announcement, hey, congratulations, your module's going to run. And, and everybody celebrates. And again, this is like every week, every single week this is going on. It's delightful.
So yeah, you can take a look at any of those monthly pages and you will see the option to pre-enroll or to enroll if it's already confirmed. And like Corey shared before, we've always had a commitment to small group discussion learning. And so that's where we started with Space. We also have hybrid modules. So Corey is going to an example of a hybrid module here, where there's a pre-recorded lecture associated with a live discussion. And sometimes it eases the flexibility for students. It allows folks to review a lecture again. So we've phased those in because we have heard from you that this has been an authentic learning experience for you still, where initially everything was live, and that's still the the fundamental kind of programming we offer. However, that doesn't stop us from being able to offer recordings. Should we get the preceptor to be okay with that, even discussions sections have been recorded. We have students traveling halfway in the month, and they ask Jenny, they say, can I still participate in this? I'll miss half the classes. Well, there's the recording option. We'll talk with the preceptor, and that's what gets us started, is your questions and what you're looking for.
Right. Now, normally the enroll button for this would appear here. My enroll button doesn't appear because this is my account that has no tokens in it. Because right. Of course, like you're when you enroll, that costs a token. So that's why first you've got to go and purchase your tokens, and then once you have tokens, you're ready for the pre-enrollment and enrollment process. That token gets committed at that point, and then we sort of bank that token when the class begins.
Yeah, we have to pay our preceptor.
We do. Exactly. This is yes. Signum is a delightful, I have to say, like from the back end, right? From the admin side of Signum. It is such a delightful win-win situation. Of course, like we try as much as possible to keep our prices as low as possible. We always want our classes to be as accessible to as many people as possible. But of course, it is just as much fun. So it's great fun to make classes available for people. It is just as much fun to pay teachers. I can tell you that is so much fun. I love paying teachers and doing the payroll every month and being able to pay our teachers for the work that they do. And so, yes, it requires tokens and the purchasing of tokens to get there. And we want to have both sides of that be as good as we can.
There is another, this is a new feature, whether we can show it now, you'll find it when you browse our preceptors and their offerings, the opportunity to follow a preceptor on BlackBerry. And what that will do, again, it's part of that just customizing experience that you can have. It allows you to have a page where you can see your followed preceptors. And so there's a little follow button. Corey, yeah, if you go on the space section, there's a browse preceptors and offerings, I think it's
right
called.
Or I could just click on one of these preceptors here, couldn't I?
You could, yes.
So
yep,
if I were like a particular fan
there.
of Viking history and I'm like, okay, this module is really great, I could look at Dr. Manea's
offers
page.
All kinds of modules in that area, yeah.
And I can see like the ones that she's doing that are coming up in the next few months, so I can plan on that. I can look at
the follow button.
A bunch of all of the things she's done before. Oh man, conversational Norwegian? Are you kidding me? Oh man.
Get a token, Corey.
I gotta get a token. I got it. Holy cow. Conversational Norwegian. My grandfather would be so proud. My last name is Norwegian. I'm from a Norwegian family, but I cannot. All I know is like my conversational Norwegian is really bad. But anyway, so here I can follow Irina. Yeah. And so now I'm following her. So tell me what that does again?
Yeah, so if you go to your home page, the home button right there, yeah. Or you can just click on BlackBerry directly.
Oh, hang on.
Wait,
yes. Did it log me out?
You're prompted to fill in your name first.
Oh, hang on.
If your username is not filled out, we ask
Oh, okay. I thought I
And
had this.
preceptors know who's in their class, not just their email. Yeah.
Okay. There we go. All right, now I'm in.
Yes. So if you scroll down just a little bit into your on your main page there, the token.
Oh, right on my main page, right?
Yeah, you'll see your followed preceptors in your current and upcoming modules. There's that blue link
my
there.
followed preceptors. Right. Oh yeah, I followed a bunch of people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so it gives you a chance to see their offers at a quick glance then. Yeah.
Right, so that I can keep up with like Julian Barr's wonderful Signum Classic series that are coming up.
And you can do that from that main page. There's, I think it's a drop down, kind of right underneath their name, in that previous page.
Oh yeah, right on.
Yeah.
Look at that. I can see them all right here.
One page to rule them all.
There it is. Look at that. Yeah. Very cool.
So, again, we just ask for our friends to reach out to space at signumu.org or BlackBerry at signumu.org. Those are two email lines. If you have particular features you'd love to see on BlackBerry, well, we're actively trying to make that experience better for you and help you see the classes that you want to find. Yeah.
Awesome. So I know I clicked on the May page, but we didn't actually look around it too much. So
Yes.
I'll go to for the jump in ready ones.
Mm-hmm.
We got a bunch going on. I love our advanced and intermediate readings series.
Mm-hmm.
This is almost unique to space. I don't know anybody else who does this, and it's so hard. Like, there are lots of places you can go in the world to learn languages. There are very few places you can go in the world to maintain languages that you've already learned. It's such an important educational niche that so few people do, because everybody knows who's learned a foreign language, either an old language for scholarly purposes, so whether it's a dead language or a living language, like, if you don't use it, you lose it, and it goes so quickly. And
with
so
those historical languages. Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
no,
Jordan.
go ahead.
Yeah, we have our preceptors have asked their students, what text would you like to look at next month, and you may have had past courses that look at some of the main texts that, well, this is an opportunity if there's this one particular small text that never has come up in your past learning, well, you can just share it with your preceptor as, I'd love to do this as a class. And they really, many of our readings-based modules in one of our dead languages, that's how a number of these courses, dead languages, historical languages, whatever works for you, these amazing old languages. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I call them dead languages affectionately, but that's yes. Nowhere are the dead languages more alive than at Signum University.
Yes. Eric just said, we've done exactly that with Isaac Schendel in Middle High German. Yes, undead languages.
No. We don't do undead languages. Yeah, that's no. That's totally
not
different.
Yet.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, no, zombie lang, exactly. I don't know, but anyway, yeah, no, it's really great. I mean, Dr. Swain has been teaching advanced Old English reading modules for years now. I was joking with him recently. I'm like, Larry, how long is it going to be until you've covered the entire corpus of Old English literature? Like and he's like, it'll be a while still, but we're making progress. And again, it's like the additional benefits of being like, not only are you working on continuing your language, but I mean, as people have studied, think like Old English is a classic example, right? If you've studied Old English and you've learned Old English, like, everybody reads the same 5, poems, and there's a very, I mean, and they're great. Like, I'm not trying to take anything away from Beowulf and and the Wanderer and the Seafarer.
But you could do The Hobbit in Old English with Larry.
You could.
And you can think about composition in Old English. Like, let's bring this back to modern texts.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's so many things. There's so many works of Old English poetry and prose that just are never taught, ever taught, because they never rise to the surface, like, you know, in the space of a semester time. And so it's the same thing, like with, you know, with all of our languages, again, whether it's a historical language like Old English or whether it's a modern language like Japanese. We have all of these opportunities to be able, so you get to explore new things and discover new texts you might not have known, as well as getting to practice your languages. So, yes, we've done. Didn't we do a module in The Hobbit in Latin as well? Hobbitus Illa, I think.
Yes, I think we did it one time.
I think we did it one time. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So it's these are so cool.
Advanced Old English. The Hobbit is taking place in May, Barbara. Okay, it is really next month that he's doing that. Yeah.
Oh, that's actually this class.
Buffet counter.
Okay, there we go.
I think, you know, I feel like we could just talk about our May modules for like. What do we do? What do we do? Right? There's so much stuff here. And then June, we're looking for pre-enrollment, and it moves quickly. We're already asking students, let us know what you want to do in June. We have in November a module already confirmed by our pre-enrollers. Like it's amazing. So, you know, we try to keep pace with the possibility,
right,
over the next 3-4 months, but. Beyond that, we're adding, and we already have folks that have jumped in and helped things run. So I never want to lose that focus of just how important you are for those pre-enrollers that are able to not have to wait until the end of a month because of how things move so quickly. Yeah, absolutely.
And we really want to know what people want. We want to make sure that we're offering classes that are in demand from people. And there is an advantage to pre-enrolling as well, right? Which is that like if you are early on in that process, you can be part of the scheduling.
That's right. We have some modules that haven't landed a schedule yet. And so what Sparrow, our wonderful scheduler, will do is she'll take all the wish listed folks and she'll see, okay, it looks from their declared availability that this particular time might work. But when we have you pre-enroll for it, that means I want in. Well, we're going to schedule to you and the rest of the pre-enrollers. So you might be in a time zone that, you know, isn't reflected by as many other time zones. Maybe. Well, pre-enroll. Pre-enroll is your right. way in. We'll still try with wish listing, but there's nothing stronger than a pre-enrollment.
And I know that what Sparrow would tell me is to show people that they need to enter their time zone and availability here, because this is where like the scheduling magic happens. So I put in my time zone, which does happen to be US Eastern, and I can make a note to explain anything that I need to explain, and then I can just go through and pick of all of the hours of the day and night
in your time zone. Yep.
Within my time zone, so from my frame of mind. So for me, like, oh man, I gotta tell you, the best times, oh yeah, give me midnight and 1 a.m. I'm available at midnight and 1 a.m. almost every single day. And then like, 7 a.m. No, I am not available at 7 a.m. Anyway, so I can go, but now of course they have this. So that means they know if I'm available at midnight, then they can very conveniently put me in a section with people who are available in the afternoon in Australia, for instance.
And what Corey just did was fill in general availability. You might have availability that just doesn't change. And so we'll look at that always. There is the option, and some students are using it. If you look at the iteration, the class page, there is availability at the month level. If you have a particular month where you're traveling, well, you can also fill in that kind of specific clarity at the month level if your general availability in most cases serves, but you want to also just share your monthly availability for particular.
Yeah, so that's the thing. So now if I wish list things, Sparrow will be able to see that. She'll be able to see, okay, so when we've got one for this times, so I can, you know.
So just keep that updated, and we are constantly using that. to help us schedule with preceptors.
Awesome. Anyway, okay. All right. So, but back to June. So in June, you can see. So we can see the candidate system working here. So Henry's class,
Henry's
right? That we were just
module
talking
is a
about.
candidate. It needs one more pre-enrollment, and then we can launch that. And the dance. So yes, this is for June, and his module is one of many candidates that we are looking for pre-enrollment. And we usually have a pre-enrollment deadline around the beginning of the new month. So this would be May 1st. In some cases, we can extend it when it's really close. Again, we want to pay our preceptor. And so when you pre-enroll, that's a big part of just making it fly.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, I don't have a token in my bank right now in this account because this is my non-admin student account. But if I did, I would have the pre-enrollment here, and it would show me that, like, and as we can see, it needs one more pre-enrollment. So for one person to set this aside, but so that means there are 3 people who have already pre-enrolled for this.
Yes, 3 people
right?
have already pre-enrolled.
Which means that, again, you have to have a token in your bank, right, in order to do that. But if you did pre-enroll in a module which then doesn't run, then you get it back.
Right, you get your token back,
Yeah.
which again is you can use for any upcoming module. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so we've got a bunch of candidates here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what a team teaching this one. Discover Japan, Speak, Eat,
Yes.
Explore with Pilar, Sam, and Dr.
Robert.
Steed. Oh my goodness. It's like the
Yeah.
The
Is
East
this
Asian
buffet,
All-Stars
with
doing this one.
appetizer and dessert.
Yes. Oh my goodness, that is so cool. And then another book club from Dr. Sturgis. Very good. That one's confirmed already.
Mm-hmm.
Poetry writing with Pilar and Sparrow. Oh my goodness. Haiku writing. Oh yes.
Just to highlight that their core admin team doing this amazing stuff in the background and teaching wonderful modules. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We've got, of course, Larry continuing Advanced Old English. That's been fantastic. Another Sara Brown module, her Are You Tolkien to Me, that connection between Tolkien and the modern audience.
Mm-hmm.
A Gospels class by Dr. Swain.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. So this is not like a language thing. So he's not teaching Greek here. This is just reading it in English translation.
Yeah, and as I recall, this is the first time we've candidated that module. Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, we're seeing modules that are new sometimes, that are fresh. There are modules that are new every time, even though they have the same name, right? So just take a look at the course pages for better clarity if you're unsure.
Right. And then we've got Classical Chinese. That's a new addition to our East Asian studies.
Yes, this is we've been Robert and I have talked about this one. We've never seen this one happen yet, so this is new too. If it can get confirmed, and there's a lot of fun follow-up ideas that we have.
Oh man, that would be great. Yeah, we've done Japanese, we've done Korean, we've never done Classical Chinese. That's really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, Alan Garner's The Moon of Gumrath with Sara Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. I don't actually know that book. Now I'm all curious. Sparrow Alden Creative Writing Workshop, Long Project Preparation. Okay, so are you when you're getting ready to write your novel? Yes. Fantastic. And then we got some more intermediate readings in Japanese and Old English. All right, and the team taught anime class on the War of the Rohirrim with Maggie, with Dr. Park, and with Annie Fosberg. Mm-hmm. So we've got our adaptation expert and our anime expert working together there.
That's right.
So good. Many incarnations of the Wizard of Oz. Oh, that's fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Pre-Christian Religions of the North, some more Norse stuff, Norse and Germanic stuff with Dr. Manea. A Shakespeare module with Dr. Daly.
Yes.
So good. So good. The Signum Classics continues with Lilith. More of those George MacDonald books that you probably haven't read, but should. The Art of Healthy Living. Oh, now we've got our Living Arts ones.
Yes. Yeah. Again, this is
man.
one an area we launched last showcase, the Living Arts, and just delightful to see some of these newer module concepts. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Healthy living, and oh man, you've got like improvement of mind and body here, coming up in June. And then, of course, Dr. Williams' class from the capsule she just did. And then we've got our continuing series. Our Biblical Hebrew class continues. Oh, man, that's another one on my own wish list. Japanese from zero. This is module number 33 in that series.
Yes. And can I just say, it was launched by Showcase students. That particular, it's just amazing what you, our participants in our program, have done. You have made this possible. I share preceptors, they're the beating heart of space. Students, you have been the ones to say, I've always wanted to take this, and you've made it possible, these dream classes. So just a huge thank you to both sides, student and preceptor. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, and then just a glimpse into the language stuff that's continuing. That's still going on. Our Ancient Greek series, more Japanese, Latin readings, right, to continue the Latin series that Dr. Swain did. Old English 4 and Old High German 3. Right. Yeah, so we've got so many things. Lots of classical languages, East Asian languages, and Germanic languages all being taught at the same time here in space.
One thing I asked Jenny, what's something to emphasize during this part of the program? And she said, if there's anyone who would like a private group on a particular subject, and maybe we don't offer the particular concept or idea or book, well, if you have 3 other friends to help us get to that initial start, if you have 10 friends, we have done this where we had a group of I think it was 14, and Dr. Steed, you led that group. This was a private group that wanted to take a particular class on one of the Chinese historical texts. Maybe I had that wrong. But we can make that possible. So again, reach out to us. We want to connect our amazing faculty with you wherever you are.
And just the vision of space is this kind of student-driven learning. We want to teach. We're ready to teach anything to everybody. And it is a great way that can happen. If you've got a group of people, a group of friends, a church group, whatever it is, right? You can approach together. We can get you a preceptor, and you can have your own private class. So yeah, so much fun stuff going on in space. Well, should we talk a little bit about what that in turn, the private groups kind of inspired in moving up?
Yes, sure. Maybe I'll just share a brief screen as we kind of maybe pivot away from the showcase kind of element. It is, let me just, okay, there we go. Okay, let's see. So we just wanted to share that already we have our date for our fall showcase. And right now, I'm pointing this to space, but we're looking at our November showcase as also being the date where, just like you'll hear from Dr. Olson today, the university update, where the state of the university address will follow that showcase as well. So we see it as more than just a space showcase, but a Signum showcase at large, where we'll hear from other programs through the day, that kind of thing. So we have that live on BlackBerry, so do register, but it will be like today where there is some programming beyond space to follow. Corey, before we share about what we're going to share about, I wonder if maybe we could do a space token draw and invite Pilar and Jean back on camera here. And we are going to just officially close the showcase together and just thank all of our wonderful preceptors delivering amazing modules with us. So help pre-enroll if it remains a candidate. We will have the potential to do much dancing even today with your pre-enrollment. So just want to thank everyone for participating today. We will do another space token draw. Jenny, if you could please choose from among our showcase participants. I think Jenny might be drawing from among those who have pre-enrolled or who are participating in a May module with us. I think that's the list she's drawing from. All right. So drum roll from wherever you are. A space token to your account. Okay, Jenny. Laura B. Congratulations, Laura. Oh, great. You'll be hearing from Jenny, and you will see another space token in your account. Probably within maybe 5 minutes. So congratulations, Laura. And if you don't hear from Jenny, just reach out to space@signumu.org. Again, if ever you have a question about anything or whatever, you can reach out about the program and you'll be hearing from Jenny. So to my fellow co-hosts, what a day. Thank you so much for being here.
We still have more to come, but the so much gratitude to your team for putting together such a wonderful set of capsules and things this morning. And we'll shift to doing some more announcements and updates about things that are coming up. But so delightful. Yeah, so we're gonna still gonna keep things rolling for another hour or so, but we're shifting gears a little bit.
Yeah. Pilar, Jean, any final words from you?
I just wanted to thank everybody for being here today. Our wonderful preceptors. What a wonderful set of capsules we had today. Also, thank you to all the participants, to the space team. Thank you, Corey. It's great when we do this. I just love it. So thank you all. Thank you, co-hosts, Jean and Rob.
Yeah.
And from the wonderful Druid's Fire, Jean?
Yeah, it's always fun to get to roll with Pilar and Rob and the madcap adventures that we have in the background while things are going on, and we make it look easy. Sometimes it's not so easy, but we manage.
There's another kind of dancing in the background.
Yeah, I'm interpreted it. And also massive shout out to Jenny for also keeping everybody informed in the Zoom chat and doing the token draws and the whole 9 yards. And we can't wait to have all of you in our upcoming modules. I suspect there's going to be a little PvP getting into some of those modules. I saw one that was already full. I'm like, I saw that happening. So if you want to explore our courses, visit blackberry.signumu.org to see what's coming up in May and beyond. And if you have any questions along the way, please send an email to space@signumu.org, or as Rob had mentioned earlier, blackberry@signumu.org. So thank you again for joining us today. And now we're going to toss it over to Dr. Corey Olsen for his Signum University update.
All right.
Wherever you are, a big clap for Pilar and Jean. I can't imagine such a dream team that we get to do this. So thank you so much to you both, and onward and upward.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Okay, so Rob, do you want to chat a little bit about this new thing that we're doing, which is not exactly space, but sort of space adjacent and kind of grew out of space?
Yeah, I am going to share a slide that we could talk a little bit about here. Okay, do you see that?
Yes.
Cool. What's Signum Partners? Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
what does it say there? Your project, our team making the impossible routine. Unpack this for me, Corey.
all
I see
right.
a blue. I see a blue, a red. What does that say?
Exactly. The goal Signum Partners is this. That's the original. The origin of this was exactly what we were talking about at the end when we were discussing about space. Private groups, right? Having groups who say, "Hey, I would like to do something," and it sort of helped us to realize, this is a way that we at Signum could really more broadly serve other people and especially other organizations. As I mentioned, the logistical infrastructure for doing what you guys do in space, right? Being able to take students and student interest and put that together with teacher availability and to create sections which we can then organize and schedule from people on different time zones around the world and make all of that happen. Like, that's a big project. That is a big logistical project, and you guys have done so much. And of course, the wonderful tools in BlackBerry that you have been building and are now building at a delightful pace these days. All of that stuff has really enabled us to we have a system that makes the hosting and organization of class sessions really, really easy. And so we realized, again, we were sort of inspired by doing some of these private sessions with private groups, and Rob and I one day were having a conversation, and when we just sort of realized, this is something we could do more of this. There are a lot of organizations out there who might like to have this ability to do this, who might want to be able to have live group discussion sections in conjunction with something that they do, or even mini courses or a lecture series or something like that. But for especially a lot of smaller nonprofit organizations, they just don't have the resource to make that a reality, because they know there's a lot of work involved in, like, okay, so we've got to collect student interest, and then we've got to figure out sections, and we've got to organize teachers, and then we've got to connect them to like the right Zoom sessions at the right times. And I mean, it's a lot, right? But this is what we do every single day. And this is what our team has become really, really good at. And so we realized we could present an opportunity for other organizations to partner with us. And we can basically put the power of BlackBerry and our administrative team at your disposal, so that we can create a separate, like, white, brand, with your branding in it, right? We can create a separate page that's still sort of within BlackBerry, but is a separate link for you, which can be embedded on your own homepage and everything, so that students can come to your site, and we can help you to build a registration system for classes, even money collection. If you need to charge, fees or tuitions for your classes or events, you can do that as well. So we can help with all of those things. And therefore enable organizations that would not be able to make this happen themselves, to be able to offer these kinds of synchronous experiences. Again, whether it's discussion groups, whether it's lectures, there's a lot of flexibility to what we can offer here. And as I say, I think that this is a service that is something that would be really, really valuable for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if I could do a call out to Sharon Hoff, who we worked with for the logo. Tell us what that means, Corey.
Yeah, so I love the logo. The logo is delightfully simple. We have there's like 3 or 4 different things kind of combined there, right? We've got the two symmetrical colors representing Signum and your organization, right? And then it's all kind of inside the shape, which is designed. It's like a house, like we're helping build something together. And then of course with like the up arrow is pretty cool. Just love that. Just
one of our phrases at Signum for a long time has been onward and upward.
Yeah.
I even think of that.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, it's just, again, I know that for some people, for some organizations, the idea of that, like, oh yeah, let's let's offer seminar classes, right? Is a pipe dream, right? Because again, they know they don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the staff time, they don't have the software resources, to be able to do all of those things. But for us, those things are routine. We do them literally every day. And so we can join with folks to help to make that happen. And I think it's really a delightful, really a delightful opportunity. And we've had some discussions with very different kinds of organizations who are, really interested in pursuing this and seeing how this would work. Of course, some of you are, might have been participating in the discussion groups for Exploring the Lord of the Rings for my Tuesday night broadcast. That's been a sort of experiment, a sort of a beta test of our Signum Partners infrastructure to sort of demonstrate how, if you are running, you have a community like the Exploring the Lord of the Rings community, and you want to create opportunities for actual synchronous contact, like live discussion sections. That's something that we can do. Mm-hmm. Yes, interesting. Teresa says that the logo looks like the tip of a pencil to her. So like you're writing the future. I like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. That is really cool.
Yeah. Anyway, so it's one kind of manifestation of it. We have, we're talking with an organization who is interested in using it to do sort of a bunch of one-off online events that they would be collecting, tickets, selling tickets for, basically through BlackBerry. And they're a great example. Like they haven't been able to do just like public sales of their events. They've been running events, but they haven't been able to just sell tickets to the public because they don't have the infrastructure for that. Like that's, organizing that and because again, time zones are such a headache and everything else. Right. But we can help them with that. We have, another organization that we've been talking to that is thinking about that, would love the opportunity to go beyond just like we publish information and would like to do like, let's have some discussions, let's have an occasional seminar gathering, to be able to interact with people who are interested and expand, their operations there. And again, that's something that we can make happen. So, it's a pretty fun, I mean, this is on the one hand, it's, sort of an experimental program by us right now. It mostly is just sort of rooted in a conviction that we have that we have the opportunity to provide a service that'll be really valuable for people. And we love to help. We love to be of help and to see opportunities for us to support others in this sort of thing.
Yeah, we are so excited, and we're just doing this slowly. It's an endeavor.
Yes.
Yeah, and we're looking forward to it. Corey and I are meeting with some folks next week. We're making contact, and we're just seeing if this could be supportive for the kind of work that others are doing too.
And of course, it will also help and support Signum University as well in lots of ways, both directly and indirectly. Of course, as I said, we always have both sides to think of. That is, I'm always thinking of both sides, not only thinking about the finances of our students and participants and trying to keep our prices as low as we possibly can, but I'm also thinking of the other side and our staff and teachers whose work is so richly deserving of pay. And so, of course, we will be, basically the plan for how we can support the additional administrative time that would go to assisting other programs through the Signum Partners program would be like a fee. We'd take a percentage fee from ticket prices that are charged and things like that through the Signum Partners, and that will enable us to be able to continue to support our growing infrastructure, which is going to be a really good thing. But even apart from the sort of direct revenue value of this is building relationships and building friends and extending our community. We are really excited to be working with more people and to be connected with more people and just to support other really worthwhile organizations that are doing really fun things. We have the opportunity to help them, and we love being able to do that and being able to establish those connections and relationships. So I would say, for those of you who are watching and listening, if anything that we were saying sounds like an organization that and it could be anything from, an online scholarly organization or an online fan organization, or it could be, it could be your church or something like that. That's anything from a local group, to a larger, nationwide or worldwide organization. That's another thing. There's a national scholarly organization. One of their members was talking to me after I was telling her about Partners, and she's like, "Oh my goodness! Like, our society needs to do this," because they've been saying, our members have been saying, we want to be able to do a lecture series. We want to be able to, and the organization keeps saying, "Oh, we can't support that. We don't have the resources for that." And she's like, "But you could." So anyway, yeah, this is. There's just a lot of exciting potential. So we would love to hear. And again, just this is totally a chill thing, right? We're not salesmen. We're just trying to help and see where we can find a match and a way in which we could, enrich the life of another organization and really establish a really constructive partnership there. So that's why we called it Signum Partners, because it really is about us entering into partnership with other organizations, and we really look forward to gaining more and more friends of our organization this way.
Yeah, I love Gene Pryor posts. We're using our connector leadership voice.
That's right.
On that point too, let me use my connector voice here. One of you posted, "Is Corey teaching space modules?" Well, no. He has done bonus lectures, but to use my connector voice, many of us may have connected to Signum through Corey's broadcasts. And Sharon Hoff, our door word in Signum, if you email info@signumu.org, you may have heard from Sharon. Sharon asked Corey, "Well, Corey, you've been delivering these Exploring Lord of the Rings broadcasts for years. What about partnering with you in BlackBerry, and discussion groups around that?" So that's the Exploring the Lord of the Rings partner that you'll see when you go to BlackBerry. And we have 5 sections of folks that have been connecting with Corey through that, but now a part of our kind of BlackBerry infrastructure. We're trying to make sure it's our beta test too. And
yes.
Yeah, and I'm just so thankful for our preceptors. A call out to Jack Schabbert, Dr. Carl Anderson, Dr. Joel Ruark, Adam Beaton, Dr. Robert Steed, who are all leading discussion sections. We began just last week. So these, you can jump in now. You can enroll in those if they're not full, the particular groups that are there. But we're doing a pilot, April through June, connecting to Corey through BlackBerry. And it's been delightful to see. Actually, Adam, who offered his capsule this morning, he will at 5 p.m. Eastern be doing the first session there. So you still have time to join group 1.
There we go.
It's section 4. But this is, session 1 of Adam's group. So.
Eric says his only complaint is that they're not 3 hours long.
That's great.
Yeah, because there's so much to talk about. Indeed. Yeah, no, it's such, I know, I was excited to see that happen because I've talked to so many people who say like, I'm listening, but I'm like, and they just, they want to, be able to respond. You know, they'll be like listening asynchronously, and they'll be wanting to talk about it. And that's another thing, of course, like for instance, the entire European subcontinent, which is at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm doing Exploring the Lord of the Rings live, and who might want to participate live but have a hard time for some reason at that hour. This is a way for them to be able to be involved in actually having discussion and being able to respond and talk things through themselves. Really fun opportunities. So yes, and I would add also in response to the, like, do I teach space modules? Not as many as I would like to, is the main answer there. And the reason I don't teach more space modules is that I have people, especially the dear and invaluable Sharon, who have a guardian leadership voice, who keep me from doing that because they keep telling me I can't, in fact, do all the things all the time and need to remember to do things like sleep, for instance. So anyway, yeah, it's been great fun. So yeah, it just, as I say, so the main thing was that Partners is just, we're starting up slowly. This is not something that we're like, doing a lot of advertising of right away, but we did want to share that, with you guys in our core community, and just encourage you to think about that when you see opportunities, or again, if you're part of organizations, other kinds of organizations that you think could benefit from this kind of thing, by all means, send us an email. We have a partners email, right? Don't we?
I don't think we do yet. I think just Blackberry at.
Blackberry at, yeah, it'd be easy, yeah.
Most appropriate, yeah.
Blackberry at will get to us. And then we can sit down and have a conversation and see what we can build there. So
talking about building.
Yeah.
We've got the Partners home, the little building kind of logo,
yes,
too, right? But I am recalling our previous showcase when you did the State of the University address, and I think some may have seen our newsletter. We do want to talk about buildings, and this will be when you're ready to pivot.
I'm ready.
This will be where
ready.
I wait to dance, because I'm still waiting to dance. There is a couple of our candidate modules that are just about ready to launch. So just want to thank everyone one more time for today's event, and I appreciate so much what you have all brought to space and made possible. Remember the discount code, and please share that with friends that are, maybe you have friends that are interested in jumping into their first space module, and this could be another way that might make it easier for them to do that. So I'll sign off for now, and thanks so much, Corey, for everything.
Very good. Well, thank you, Rob. Thank you and your team again so much for all that you've done, not just in putting together such a wonderful morning this morning, but for all the work that you've done in space, which just continues every year, every month, to continue growing and building. And I am so excited for what is to come, which is one of the things that I'm going to be talking about, what is to come here.
Well, Corey, it's an honor and it's a privilege. And I'm so grateful to have such an amazing team. And this is really a dream. So thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you.
And join us for November 21st. All of our registrants today, click that button. The Zoom is all ready. You can already sign up for the November 21.
And in November 21 is going to be even cooler, because I'm going to be doing my State of the University address. Again, my big, today I'm doing an update, which is sort of a shorter version. But I'm going to do a full State of the University address. We're going to have feature sessions. I may do another fun lecture like I did last year. Who knows? There's going to be all kinds of fun. That one the November one will probably go into the evening. Today is a little bit shorter. This is our kind of in between one, but that's going to be the big one. So
as I sign off, Learn what you love with others who love it for the sheer joy of it. Take care, everyone.
Bye, Rob. All right, so let me share. I gotta do that thing again where I get everything working here. Okay, all right, I think this is what I want to share. Okay, hang on. Now I gotta move things. I'll come back up with BlackBerry in a minute. But now I gotta move this over. Okay, here it is. So that everybody can see it. There we are. Okay. I want to give an update. I want to talk about. I spoke in November at my State of the University address about where we're headed at Signum University, about how Signum University has found its place in the changing landscape of higher education. And what we're doing is putting the universe in university. We continue to expand. Now, first of all, let me emphasize, before I go on to say what I'm about to say, we are continuing, and we may even, as we move forward, expand our degree programs. Our graduate program is a great way to go deeper and to get in-depth training as a scholar. I'll talk about this a little bit more later on. We love our graduate program. That's our oldest program, and that is always going to be a really important part of what we do. But unlike the rest of higher education, we don't define ourselves just by degree programs. If you look at any other university in the world, what do you do at a university? What's the point of a university? Well, the point of a university, well, it's not to learn, it's to get a degree, right? That's what you do at university. It's why you go to a university, is to get a degree. And of course, increasingly, this has become more and more true over the course of the years here, over the course of the last couple decades especially, what it means to get a degree. The whole point of getting a degree is job training. Degrees have become narrower and narrower, and the career outcomes connected with degrees are more and more explicitly the entire point of why the degree programs exist, so that all of higher education has been focusing and focusing and focusing on the degree programs and on those kinds of career outcomes. And at the same time, that they've been getting narrower and narrower, they've also been going up and up and up in higher and higher costs, of course, as everybody knows. I myself have gone through my youngest son has been applying to colleges this year. He's graduating from high school in just a couple months, and about a month and a half now, actually. And so he's been applying to college, and that's been exciting. I was a little bit appalled when one of the schools to which my son was accepted declared that their tuition for the coming year was $98,000 for 1 year. And but they offered a discount, fortunately, on that tuition. They offered us $5,000 off. And I'm like, oh, really? Thanks for that favor. $93,000. And I was just like, that is insane. That is completely insane. For this reason, in these ways, through the narrowing of their focus and the elevation of their costs, traditional higher education has just become towers of elitism. That's what they do. And there are so many people and so many educational needs. The vast majority of people and the vast majority of educational needs are not being met by traditional higher education. And that's what we mean by putting the universe back in university. At Signum, we're not building a tower, we're building a village. Our vision is making educational opportunities available for everybody. We will teach, as I said earlier, we will teach anything to everybody. We don't have any special demographic. We're not targeting ourselves towards 18 to 22-year-olds, all people at all, because we believe there is no reason ever to stop learning. We want to make learning flexible and affordable, welcoming people across the spectrum, both of financial resources and of time availability. We want to enable people to pursue their passions, to indulge their curiosity, and even to gain practical skills. Remember that both things like Sarah's wonderful public speaking capsule early today, thinking of those modules we were looking for about living, about healthy living, and so many things that we're doing now in space, which are practical as well as delightful. This is what we do, and the space program, which we've been highlighting all morning, this is really at the heart of that vision of making learning available to everybody, everywhere. And space, of course, incorporates, as Rob and I were discussing before, many different possibilities. Short modules, right? That's our sort of our classic space offering. Our month-long modules, real-time learning with real teachers and supportive classmates, whether they be the sort of single-shot modules that you could see, or whether they be some of that larger extended learning projects, like I want to learn ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, I want to learn conversational Norwegian, which is so true for me personally. We've got different options within space. We've got the hybrid modules, as Rob was explaining before, modules which are a combination of larger audience lectures and smaller group discussions as well. We've got some mini modules. There are times when we have, when there are people who really, really want to learn, and we only have like 3 people who want to do it, and we'll make it work. We'll make it happen. We'll organize a mini module for that small group to be able to do together. We have our tutorials, as we were explaining, for individuals who have personal projects that you're working on, that you would like a mentor, an experienced person in the field of whatever it is that you're studying or doing, who can come alongside you and help you developing that project. And of course, now also we have Signum Partners, through which we can make this kind of thing available for other organizations as well, and through other organizations to other groups of people. So this, as I say, space is really the heart of our broader vision of Signum's vision to redefine what the word university means. University doesn't mean exclusivity anymore. Again, I think back to the days, and I know there are people who still think this way, but I think back to the when a university's quality was judged by how many people it refused to teach, which, the more you think about that, is kind of shocking, really, right? That is to say, their acceptance rate, right? The lower a school's acceptance rate. So we only accept 3% of our applicants. We turn away we refuse to teach 97% of the people who want to learn here. Brags traditional higher education, right? And again, that's the criterion that has been used by many for years. And most traditional higher education institutions still brag about how many people, what percentage of people they refuse to teach. That's not how we roll at Signum University. Again, we are redefining university and what that means, and the kind of relationship that a university can have to learning throughout your life, learning for professional reasons, learning to train skills, learning to pursue passions, learning to uncover new directions and new interests. There are all kinds of reasons to learn at every different stage in your life. Now, in November, I shared this vision with folks back in November in my State of the University address, and I announced that we were launching at that time in November what I'm calling our Signum Growth Campaign, pursuing our vision, reaching out to a wider audience. Now, there are three things involved in the broader concept that is the Signum University growth campaign. Our campaign is not the same. Again, as in so many ways, you may have heard, like maybe, your alma mater or some other university talking about, like we're going to do a big campaign, which is mostly fundraising, and we're doing fundraising too. But when most universities talk about a campaign, they're talking about something like, we want to build a new building on our big campus. So we need to raise $35 million to build this new building. And that's sort of their campaign. Our campaign is broader than this. Because for us, our growth campaign, it's not just about raising money. It is about raising money, but it's not just about raising money. It's also about, it has several other aspects to it. One, outreach. We need to expand our reach. We want to expand our reach. We are seeking exponential growth in our student body because we believe that what we do, what we offer at Signum University is something that thousands and thousands of people around the world really need and can really benefit from. So outreach, that's one big element of the growth campaign. Fundraising is in fact another major thing. We need to raise significant capital to be able to build the infrastructure that we'll need to teach all of those students. If we want to make learning available to everybody, right? If we want to be able to teach thousands of students, well, there's work to be done, right? And that's going to cost money. We're going to need that will require the work of many people. And our people who are doing that work richly deserve to be paid for their work. So absolutely, we are doing fundraising in support of the Signum campaign, the growth campaign, for this reason. And of course, it also requires planning, strategic planning for how do we develop, how do we move forward our institutional development. Now, of course, really, chronologically, these work in the opposite order, right? It begins with planning. What do we need? What needs do we need to meet? What arrangements do we need to make? What planning do we need to do in order to be able to grow? And that we need to do fundraising, right? How can we support this? We need to actually build the infrastructure so that we can support the new students, and then the outreach. Now, of course, we do all three of these things at the same time, but there's a kind of logical sequence there: planning to fundraising to outreach. Our long-term goals for the growth campaign. The growth campaign as a whole is going to be a multi-year thing. For outreach, I have ambitious goals. There's one number that I am using, and something may change that may lead me to choose a different number, but I have one favorite number, which I use as the little single indicator of our overall growth in our progress towards achieving this vision. And that is the monthly average of students enrolled in space. How many people are using their tokens and enrolling in space modules and in tutorials and all of that stuff. And where we have been is right at about 100 students a month, which is a wonderful and vibrant community. We have hundreds of people. Of course, that's just, again, every single month, 100. That doesn't mean 100 total people. There's, in fact, many times that involved in space, because not everybody takes a module every single month. But our average monthly has been about 100. And again, exponential growth is what I believe Signum can and should achieve in order to attain our larger educational goals. My first goal is to double that. My first goal is to see space enrollment increase from 100 to 200 a month. My second goal is 500. And my third is 1,000. My fourth is 10,000. That might seem crazy. I don't think that's crazy at all. When you think of the potential pool of students out there in the world who could benefit from this, I think that 10,000 students is a very modest number of students that we could reach with the classes that we do and that we shall go on to grow and to develop and do. But one thing at a time. We're not trying to jump from 100 to 10,000 in a month or two, right? Our first goal is to build towards 200. Now, we have our, we've been making progress here over our first 5 months. Again, I announced this big plan to do our growth campaign back in November. It's been 5 months since November, and we have been making some significant progress. Our fundraising for the growth fund. Again, we're looking at 5 to 7 years. That's the overall time frame, the basic time frame for the growth campaign as a whole. We want to raise $5 million in that 5 to 7 year period. That's a large goal, and we're going to be building gradually towards that. But I think as more and more people have already begun joining with us and partnering with us in this vision, this picture of what we can offer, of the kind of educational future that we can offer. Big picture, it's one of the things that I think is so important about Signum's growth campaign. One of the things that we are offering is hope for the future of education. A lot of people just start shaking their heads when they think about the state of education right now, and the future of education, whether they're thinking about tuition prices, whether they're thinking about problems in K through 12 teaching, whether they're thinking about, problems in the university and the financial crisis, which is overtaking more and more universities all the time, and the grim future that seems to lie in store for many traditional universities. It's a grim world in education right now. Signum offers hope. So for people who share our enthusiasm for the potential for the future of education, I think that more and more people will be joining with us. And that's how we are going to get to and exceed our $5 million goal. Now, let's talk about the specific progress that we've been making towards this. So I mentioned our space enrollment. So for our student growth, our exact average over the last 6 months from July through December of 2025. So for the second half of last year, we averaged exactly 100.3 students in our space classes during that time. As I said, 100 is right about where we've been, and we were running true to form at the end of last year. These first 4 months of 2026, that has increased to 123.8. So we're already 25% of the way to our first goal, which is increasing from 100 to 200. Even just in the first few months, we are already getting there. Really, and there's so much more growth that still lies before us there in that process too, as we continue to be more and more active in trying to spread the word about space and Signum and who we are and what we're doing and what this can mean for people. Now, our fundraising goals. These are the goals that I announced in November. Last year, in the last fiscal year 25, our fiscal year ends at the end of July. So for our fiscal year that ended on July 31st of 2025, we raised $199,000 in fundraising. It was our greatest fundraising year ever. And so for this year, fiscal year 2026, I announced a twofold goal, that I wanted to raise $120,000 to support our annual fund. Our annual fund is so important for sustaining our regular operations. But I also announced a separate $120,000 goal for our growth fund. And our growth fund is to support specific, that process I was describing about how we do institutional planning to decide where do we need to augment our infrastructure in order to prepare for the growth that we're doing and in order to enable the growth that is happening. So the growth fund is allocated in those specific ways. We have opportunities for people to join in sort of specific infrastructure endeavors there through the growth fund. Combined, our goal is a new record, $240,000 for fiscal year 26. As I say, these are the goals that I announced in November. We have already raised $107,266 for our annual fund so far in fiscal year 2026. We still have, 3 months, basically. We've got 1 quarter left. So after 3 quarters, we are, we're ahead of pace at $107,000. How do you contribute to the annual fund? How do you help out with the annual fund? This is all of the gifts that come in through our donation portal. If you go to our website, signumuniversity.org, and you go to our support us page, or just go to signumuniversity.org/donate, you will see our donation portal where you can make a one-time donation or a recurring donation. And we have hundreds of people who faithfully support Signum, whether it's just a little bit by $5, $10, $20, $50 a month, all the way up to people who are giving hundreds of dollars, even $1,000 a month. We have very, very generous supporters who, and this, again, that money is just, it's enabling and empowering all of our operations. There are so many costs, of course, as anyone who has run an organization like this knows. We have the parts of the organization that are above the water, right? Everybody sees our teachers and know that our teachers need pay. Even people like Rob and his team, the space administration team, several of whom you saw this morning. Those are people who they're kind of like at the waterline, right? People see them and are more, and they're, of course, it's really important for us to be able to support them. What they do is absolutely, nothing could happen without them. But then there are the parts of Signum University that are totally beneath the surface, right? Things like our bookkeeping folks, like our wonderful bureaucracy people who are helping us to make sure that we stay, in line with all of the 28 or is it 32 now states where we have employees, and also all of our legal compliance stuff and contracts and everything, and making sure that everything stays in order. Oh my goodness, there's so much that needs to be done, and all of it is so crucial, even though, as I say, it's not the stuff that people think about when they look at what we do and they think about Signum activities. So that's what the annual fund is about, and that's how you can support the annual fund. Our growth fund. So as I said, I just announced this at the beginning. Back in November was the first announcement of the growth fund, and since November, in the last 5 months, we've raised $98,000, a little over $98,000 to support the growth fund, and this has been so exciting. Let me tell you a little bit more about the Growth Fund. I was talking about sort of different infrastructure projects that we're doing. Let me give you some concrete examples of what we've been doing with our Growth Fund money, and some of the ways in which individual donors have been coming on board and partnering with Signum on these things. We have my own terminology. We have different giving projects that are connected with the Growth Fund. We have a Mythmoot project where we have a group of donors who have come together to donate towards a fund that is helping to defray the cost of Mythmoot. Many of you will have noticed that Mythmoot is cheaper this year than it's been for many years. And any of you who have been to other conferences or events, or any of you certainly who have been involved in the organization of those things, know how the costs have just increased and increased and increased. I was talking with somebody who was involved in another organization that was running a conference recently, and they had seen the Mythmoot prices, and they were like, how were you able to price Mythmoot so low? And I was like, our donors are what have enabled us to price Mythmoot so low. So we have a Mythmoot project, again, people who are donating to help to make Mythmoot more affordable, and therefore make it open to more people to be able to join us at Mythmoot. We have a newly launched giving program, which I call the Production Project, supporting our exciting Signum Studios projects. So we've got people who are excited to see, and I'll be talking about Signum Studios stuff a little bit later on. But there's a video production, high-end video production, requires a lot of work. There's a lot of labor involved in that. And so being able to deliver some of the things that we are working on for Signum Studios, and that is just, it's such a wonderful opportunity. It's such a wonderful outreach opportunity also, these premiere videos that we have. So it's just such important stuff. And so we have a small project to support Signum Studios production. We have an outreach project for supporting getting the word out, spreading the word, increasing our reach. That doesn't just happen automatically. That's challenging and expensive. And it's one of the things that has separated Signum from other institutions so far. One of the reasons why so many people still have not yet heard of Signum University is that we haven't been able to afford to push the message out as much as we would like to. So we have a couple significant donors who have been long-term supporters of Signum, who have been giving some money to help us to achieve our outreach goals. That's been really exciting. We have two other essential infrastructure projects that we've been pushing forward. One is space leadership, our space leadership project. Rob and his wonderful team do an amazing job. But, I told Rob right at the beginning, last fall when I was announcing the growth campaign, I was like, look, we need to make sure that your team, that your wonderful people aren't going to get overwhelmed. It's easy to say, like, oh, wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be great, right? If we could double the students we had in space, if we could multiply that by a factor of 5, right? Let's increase towards, 200 and then 500 students per month. And that sounds like great fun, except we have to make sure, could we handle 2 times as many students? Could we handle 5 times as many students? Because we need to make sure that when we do, when those new and additional students come in, all 500 students a month can have the same wonderful space experience that our 100 students a month have been having. So I have a special giving project where, again, there are a couple donors who have joined with me in this particular vision to support our space team and to make sure that the wonderful people who support space, that we can expand their roles, that we have sufficient money set aside for salaries to be able to enable us to meet the needs of all of the students who come in through space. And in addition, I have a second leadership project, which I just call the Signum Leadership Project. There are a number of people who, it's a relatively small number of people who are in this particular category, but we've got a few people at Signum who have been working many, many hours at Signum for more than a decade, since near the very foundation of Signum, and who have still never been paid for all of the work that they do. People who are absolutely instrumental to all of Signum being able to move forward, but who have been, over the years, self-sacrificially putting everybody else first, saying, okay, as Signum's budget has grown over the years, and it's grown substantially since the very beginning, the leadership has been prioritizing, let's make sure we fully pay, the faculty first. Let's make sure that we're fully paying all the support staff. It's been sort of prioritizing from the bottom up. And it means there's a bunch of people still at the top of long-standing leaders at Signum who are just, again, absolutely essential, not only to the present operations, but to the future growth of Signum, who are still not being paid. And until that happens, like, the first step is to pay those people what they actually should be paid, to reward their patience and self-sacrifice with which they have given to Signum for years and years and years. And after that, so that's the first phase of the Signum Leadership Project. The second phase is then going to be increasing the salaries of everybody at Signum, because, again, our budget has always been very low, and we have been making do with very little. And we need, in order to be able to grow at the pace that we're going to need to grow, we need for Signum salaries, Signum staff salaries and faculty salaries to be increasing, to be able to be really competitive, even desirable, so that we can attract
all the wonderful teachers that we want, all the wonderful staff that we're going to need. That's enormously important. It's one of those, again, it's in a sense, it's one of those beneath the surface things, right? It's not a flashy thing. It's not something that most people see, but it is so critical to the growth of Signum. So again, for people and the people who have been giving generously towards that project as well, these are people who understand Signum, who really see this vision of what we are trying to do in the future of higher education, and really want to enable that and make that possible. So this is, these are all of the things that we are working. We want to make sure that Signum is prepared for growth. And that's what these initial steps in our fundraising is for. Now, we do want to make sure that we are prepared for growth, right? We are building our village. And if you are interested in joining our donors, if this is something, if you want to be, any of those projects that I was just talking about, you're like, that's something that I'm really excited about too. I would love to be able to support that. I would love to be part of that team making that possible. I encourage you, reach out by email to donate@signumu.org, and we would be very happy to talk. I would be very happy to talk with you about how we can do that. We've had people donating $1,000 or $5,000 or more. We've had donations of $25,000 and upward. Any of these giving levels make an enormous impact at Signum. Another thing, of course, that you can do to help in the building of our village is to help us spread the word. As I've said, there are too many people who have never heard of Signum. And the more you can share that individually with people that you know, the better that's going to be. Well, let me glance around our village now in what's going on and what we're doing. We've been talking about space, right? I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on space right now because we've been talking about that for a long time, and we've been showcasing that for hours. Space and with its new sort of corollary program, Signum Partners, there is so much happening. This, as I say, this is really the heart of our broadest educational mission moving forward. But as I said at the very beginning, despite the fact that this broader, continuing education model is where we think the future of higher education is, and is the most imperative need in higher education, we still have our graduate school, and our graduate school still does really important work. Degree programs, the way that most schools do degree programs is not the be all and end all of education. But degrees are really valuable, and degree programs are really good. We have two different degree programs within our Signum Graduate School. We have an MA program, a master's degree program, and also a graduate diploma program. So, and the difference between the two of them, the graduate diploma program is for people who just want to be able to take some of our graduate classes, do the work of the graduate classes and complete that, but aren't necessarily ready to go on and do a big thesis project. The master's thesis process is both the most rewarding element of our master's degree program, but also, without exception, the most demanding part of our master's degree program. So we do have the option for people to do just the graduate diploma, which is half the number of courses and does not have the required master's thesis option. Now, why would you join our grad program? Like, what are the reasons to join our graduate program? What does our graduate program offer you that space doesn't offer you? Well, it's not that it offers you something more in content necessarily, but our graduate program is for people who want to go deeper, who want to do more, for whom space is an excellent sort of sampler plate, right? An excellent taste of things, but they want to go deeper. People who, space is great for exposure to ideas, right? For sort of casual learning, but people who want to really train as a scholar, people who want to enter the world of scholarship. I don't just want to learn about something. I want to contribute to this field. I want to be a part of the scholarly discussion. That's what our graduate program is for people who have that kind of desire. And you don't have to be like way down that road already. We have people who go into our graduate program who are not English majors as undergrads, right? Who don't have a lot of but who are interested in receiving the training that you would need in order to be able to write scholarly articles, to give, scholarly presentations. I have seen many people, dozens of people over the years in our Signum Graduate School, go from avid fan to published and respected scholar. It is one of the things that is so gratifying to me after years of Signum being around, of our graduate program, seeing, like one of our former graduate students announced as like a keynote speaker at a conference, and I have had that experience, and it is so cool to be. And because I'll remember where that person was when they signed on, and how, they were still sort of fighting their own, imposter syndrome and everything else, right? Like I'm just a fan. I'm not, and then see them grow until they are receiving the respect that their work and their thought really deserves, to become teachers and published writers. It's so exciting. So that is what our graduate school is for, to be able to help people achieve those kinds of goals. We have 4 different specializations. So we have our language and literature program. And it's called the Language and Literature Program because from the beginning we were like, we want to make Tolkien's vision happen. You may know that Tolkien, of course, was a language guy and spent a lot of time suffering from and thinking about and very understandably complaining about the sort of academic war and conflict between the Lang people and the Lit people, from people who study literature and from people who study languages. And from the beginning, we're like, no, we're going to marry those two things together, just like Tolkien always said they should be married. And so we have a language and literature department at Signum. And we have 4 concentrations, 4 specialties within that. We have a Tolkien studies specialty. We have a Germanic philology specialty for those who are interested in really digging into language. We have a broader imaginative lit specialty for people who are interested, not in just restricting themselves to Tolkien studies, but are more broadly interested in fantasy and science fiction literature. And we have our classical, medieval, and Renaissance specialty, or what I call the old books specialty. For people who really want to dig into studying those literatures. In a way, our Germanic philology and classic, medieval, and Renaissance literature that's like Lang and Lit, right? Both within our department. And as Signum continues to grow as an institution, we could add more. We could add more concentrations to that. We could even add more disciplines, maybe history or art history, philosophy. There are so many things that we can do. As I've said, degree programs are not what we lead with as an institution. Unlike other institutions, we don't define ourselves by our degree programs. Traditional higher ed is all degrees, all job training. There's so much more at Signum. But out of the tens of thousands of people who want to learn and whom we can teach through space and our related programs, there are many, many of those 10,000 who want to go deep, who want to become not just learners, but scholars, and we're committed to supporting them through our degree programs. Now, this fall, in our graduate program, we have several awesome classes. We've got an introduction to Old English. So if you really want to dig in an intensive way, this is the beginning of our Old English sequence. You'll be proceeding on in just a couple months to doing your own translation of Beowulf. It's like a 0 to translating Beowulf process in just a few months. So you can really dig into that. We're offering our John Garth's Tolkien's World of Middle-earth class. A class that was inspired by the book that he published a couple years ago. And we have our newly revamped Language Invention Through Tolkien class. This was a class taught by Andy Higgins and Dimitra Fimi, and it has been augmented by one of our in-house philologists, Nelson Goring. So a whole class on language invention and Tolkien. It's a phenomenal course. So I encourage you, if you have questions about our graduate program, reach out to info@signumu.org, and we can get you connected with Dr. Sara Brown, who is the director of our graduate program. Other answers or other information that you might need about our graduate program. So we have space, we have our graduate program, and we do other things too. So there's, hang on a second, there we go, sorry. Messed up my slides there. The Signum Press. So one of the things that I'd wanted to do for many years is to be able to have, like, we have opportunities for learning, we have opportunities for research, but let's have an opportunity for sharing that stuff. So speaking of sharing, let me stop my share there. Hang on a second. It's a little more complicated to do here. Okay, let me share something else. I want to share with you. There it is, the Signum Collaboratory. Okay. Here we go. So, Signum Collaboratory. The Signum Press is the way by which we can give a voice to the people who are both writing creatively, sort of within our world, and the people who are producing scholarship and things. See, the thing is, like traditional higher education in general, scholarly publishing also has a tower problem, right? No access. If a scholar publishes a book there are lots of scholarly press and lots of wonderful things that are being written and published, scholarly books and scholarly articles, and most people can't read them because they're priced ludicrously by scholarly presses. Yes, you can go to the scholarly press and buy this book for like $180. It's crazy. And then many of the scholarly journals are just flat not available. Like you have to have privileges, lending privileges at an academic library, a university library, in order to even see them. So we wanted to make a much broader and more accessible, plaza in which these things could be displayed and where people could get access. So we have the Signum Collaboratory here and our Signum store here. Now, the Collaboratory and store are still just beginning. We're still at the beginning of what we're trying to do with our Collaboratory and store. But there's so much stuff in it. We have creative writing in here. So there's novels and stories and poetry. We have scholarly work, articles and books, things. So we have short work, we have long work, all kinds of things that the Signum Press is involved with. Let me explain briefly the difference between the Collaboratory and store. So the store is where you go to be able to download you just purchase content and download it, and then you can download it and you can keep it forever. So whether it's downloading an ebook, whether it's downloading a video that you can then watch on any of your devices, that's what is all available on the Signum store. That's the idea of the Signum store. You can sort of filter here, so you can look at Signum Press things. Again, short stuff, long stuff. We have novels. We have, this is so much fun. Oh my goodness. If you haven't seen this, you should get this. If you're in the Collaboratory, you should read it right away. Patrick Lyon wrote this incredible poetic, it's a parody of How the Grinch Stole Christmas that is a retelling of Beowulf. It's like the Beowulf Dr. Seuss mashup you never knew that you needed. But oh my, it's unbelievable. Not only is it a delightful parody of How the Grinch Stole Christmas, and a delightful parody of, or sort of parody / retelling of Beowulf, he maintains the poetic forms of both the Dr. Seuss original and the Anglo-Saxon meter. It's just like mind-blowing what Patrick does here. So anyway, this is just a really fun short thing. I love that so much. There's all kinds of stuff. There's these other top three here. This is a new series that we've been doing through the Signum Press, which we're calling the Signum Classics series. So the Signum Classic series, these are books, they're public domain books that we're releasing new editions of, and they are specifically associated with space modules that Dr. Julian Barr has been teaching. Julian's class, he did his class on Dracula. He did a class on Princess and the Goblin and the Princess and Curdie from George MacDonald, and this coming month he's doing a module on George MacDonald's Phantastes. And so these are ebooks that you can buy and download, and you can, so they're the full text of the story. They contain discussion questions for the space classes. There's more to come in the Signum Classic series as we go back. They are especially focused on these classics of late 19th and early 20th century fantasy works as well. So cool. So these are some of the things that the Signum Press is doing. We have also several books by Verlyn Flieger. Many people, Verlyn Flieger, most of you I think will have heard of Verlyn Flieger, the godmother of Tolkien studies, one of the greatest Tolkien scholars ever to live. Verlyn Flieger is just has been an example and an inspiration to so many of us. But in addition to her incredible scholarly work, she's also a creative writer. And we have published several of her collections of short stories and some short novels that she's written as well. So we've got some of those things, Verlyn Flieger originals you can't get anywhere else. So many things. So anyway, this is really, really fun stuff available from the Signum Press. So this is in the store, but in the collaboratory, see, this is one of the fun differences. Now the collaboratory, so the store is where you go to purchase things and download them. The collaboratory is our subscription access. So if you subscribe, and collaboratory subscriptions begin at $9 a month. So for $9 a month, you not only get open access to everything that we sell in the store, which, by the way, includes the full video recordings of all of our hybrid space classes, and like almost all, we're still pushing through recordings of classes that we have offered throughout the history of our master's degree program. There are just hundreds and hundreds of hours of incredible academic content here in our Signum lecture series. Thousands of hours, a decade worth of academic courses at Signum, plus the continuing library. Yeah, so you can see here, look, this is the Poetic Corpus of Tolkien. This is the lectures, primarily Dr. Brown, but also with lectures from Chris Vaccaro and James Tauber and me on Tolkien's poetry. And that's in a couple volumes here. So you can get all of those recordings. So much there. And again, all of those things. So all of our lecture series, all of our books, all of our Signum Studios video series, all of that stuff is available at the Signum Collaboratory. Now again, whereas at the store you can download them and keep them forever, at the Collaboratory you just access them. You don't download them, but you can have access to everything for as long as you subscribe. And not only that, but the other really cool thing about the Collaboratory, the reason we call it the Collaboratory, is that we wanted this to be more than just a content submission kind of situation. On the one hand, it is an awesome content submission content access situation, subscription, but it's more than that as well. This is the place where you as a subscriber get to interact with works as they're happening. So you can join project rooms, which is where particular projects that are building are being developed in real time. So we have, so for instance, Dr. Ruark, who is teaching biblical Hebrew in space, is also publishing a handbook for reading the Old Testament. This is a scholarly work on the Hebrew Old Testament by Dr. Ruark, and you can, if you join his project room, you will be able to see, this is brand new, starting up. You'll be able to see, he'll be posting chapters as that is written, and you can see that stuff coming. We have, oh man, there's so much. So there's my Lord of the Rings book that I'm working on. Michael Drout's. Michael Drout has a book called How to Learn How to Think, which is a book about the liberal arts that he's been writing. And you can see, here's his works in progress for all of his chapters that he has been circulating with his project room. I don't know how many of you have read Mike Drout's recent book, The Tower and the Ruin, which is just one of the 5 most important books on Tolkien ever to have been written. It's phenomenal. Mike Drout's going to be with us at Mythmoot this year, which is going to be awesome. But he mentioned, I was reading his book, and in his acknowledgments at the end of the book, he talks about his project room and his creator circle, the people in the collaboratory who had whom he was bouncing ideas off of and helping him to continue not just this project but that one as well, and what a role that they played, because you have the project rooms where you can join in and you can make comments on chapters in drafts and things like that, but you can also join people's creator circles, and so that means you can be directly financially supporting the authors and producers that you were really enthusiastic to support, and you get access to all of their projects then and can work on all of those things. So there's a really interactive element of the collaboratory, which is just such a special part of this, in addition to the content subscription thing. So back to our circulation library. Again, you get things when they're coming. So you'll find that in the store, like for instance, in the store, in the Signum Press, my book isn't here yet because it's not done. We only put things in the store for download when they're finished. But in the circulation library, there is much more stuff. So we have, like, for instance, here's my Lord of the Rings book. Actually have another chapter to share here soon. So I've got the chapters of my book that I have finished, and things that I'm working on. We have, other books. Where's the, oh my God, I gotta scroll through so many things here. Hang on, go back to press, back to the press filter. Oh man, a student edition of Ovid's Metamorphoses. I forgot about that one. The Silmarillion Primer by Jeff LaSala. This is so good. This one is almost ready for publication. It's almost going to be put out in the store soon. And again, this has been such a fun development project with Jeff LaSala. Jeff LaSala, of course, is one of our creators whom you can support in a circle. He's had such wonderful input from his people as he has been going through this book. And so you can see, you can already, even though it's not been released for publication yet, there are 15 chapters for you available to read here in the circulation library. So much really fun stuff. These are some of the things that are going on at the Signum Press. So I encourage you to either check things out in the store, or to join the collaboratory, subscribe at the collaboratory, and you can see all of those things. Now, in addition to the Signum Press, we also have Signum Studios, which I've mentioned. Signum Studios, there's a lot of video content out there on the internet, and like I generate a lot of video content every week. But there's Maggie Park, who is our director of Signum Studios. She had years ago a vision for a film production studio that really lives in both the film production and academic worlds. It's an angle that the film industry has never really taken, and the academic industry has also not really embraced it as it needs to. and I find her vision for Signum Studios really bringing together high quality film production and academic content and nuanced analysis. I find that a really, really exciting video. As I say, I've produced a lot of video content. Heck, I'm doing some right now. But there's such a big difference between just talking on the internet and producing high quality video. The power of a really well produced video is quite remarkable. This is something I've seen myself really very dramatically. Now, the Signum Studios has a whole bunch of projects that are going on. Let me isolate Signum Studio stuff here. Hang on, let me go to project rooms actually. That's what I want to, and here, let me focus on press and then studios. Okay. I am so excited about this one. This is our first big project that we undertook, or have been undertaking, which is our conversation, the first instance of our conversations series. Our conversation series is long form interviews with established figures, established scholars, established producers, where we just sit back and we talk about their experiences and let them reflect on their lives, their work. This show in particular, this film in particular, Conversations with Verlin Flieger. We went to Verlin Flieger's house, and over the course of 2 days, we filmed about 8 hours of footage with Verlin, just in a free and open conversation. And we've been producing this now for a while. We are hopeful. We are hopeful to be releasing this in several video series, a multi-part series, to have that available for sale around September or something. This is really just remarkable. I think that being able to capture this sort of retrospective on, Verlin Flieger's work over decades and decades, this is something that is going to be increasingly precious as the years go by. And I am so glad that we were able to capture this, and I'm so excited to share it. So that's a major thing that that Maggie's been working on. Here's another one that has several episodes out already. They're not available in the store yet. In the store, they'll be available when the full season drops. We've got 2 seasons already filmed. Season 1, where we've got several episodes already fully produced, and several others in post-production. The new betification of the Silmarillion. This is with Willie Jenkins, New Beta Do Beta, whose primary medium is TikTok. And what this is a video walk through the Silmarillion in New Beta's idiom. This is like to help modern people really get the stories of the Silmarillion, to be this general introduction for people who are cooler and younger than I into the Silmarillion. And they are a blast. They are just wonderful. So if we go back to the library and look at Signum Studios there, we can see the first 3 episodes are already available. His 3-part videos, and these are short videos. These individual segments these are short. Yeah, these are 2.5 minutes long, and it's so delightful. This is just New Beta Do Beta sitting on a stool and just giving us the Silmarillion, and it is priceless. Just priceless. There's a bunch of other things that we are working on in studios right now. One of the ones I am really excited about is Hip Hop and Tolkien, which we also call the Song of Words. This is a collaboration between me and New Beta. New Beta and I both share 2 enthusiasms, which is for Tolkien and for hip hop, for rap. And we are comparing and contrasting Tolkien's poetry and various hip hop songs. So we and this is also, by the way, where I am featuring. This is like the vehicle through which I am able to feature the analysis, the phonetic analysis of Tolkien's poetry that I've been developing. It's been so much fun. I was able to record my my analyses of Ghibli's song of Durin's song, and the Tale of Tinuviel, the Aragorn's song from Fellowship of the Ring, about Beren and Luthien, along with analysis that I'm doing of the accompanying hip hop songs that we're comparing and contrasting. Such fun discussions between me and New Beta on this. We've filmed the first 2 episodes. These are much longer form episodes. These ones are, so we've got 2 episodes in the can already that are being produced right now. So much fun there. So again, these are some of the projects that are happening in Signum Studios, and there's another like sort of side project that Studios has been producing as well, which is called Fan Tracks. And if you've never heard of Fan Tracks, oh my gosh, you owe it to yourself. The concept of Fan Tracks, basically, it's like riff tracks, but analysis instead of comedy. So just like you can, like the MSD3K folks, right, who went on to found Riff Tracks, where you can download audio tracks that you can play at the same time that you're watching a movie and get their, the MSD3K style comedy, riff on it. We were like, we want to do the same thing, except have it be like, analysis and commentary. Sometimes it's a solo one person doing it. More often it's a pair of people, 2 or 3 people discussing it together. So that's what these are. These fan tracks are audio files that will give you a little prompting at the beginning for like how to set it up and when to start the recording so that it'll sync with the film. New Beta and I recorded one on the Rankin Bass Hobbit, which was so much fun. And we've done a whole bunch for Rings of Power episodes. We have a bunch of people. This is Kirsten Cairns from the OneRing.net and Alan Sisto doing episode 1 of season 2. We have fan tracks commentaries from Nerd of the Rings and from New Beta and a bunch of other folks as well. Really, really fun stuff. Kara Fletcher and Sparrow Alden did one on Lady Hawk. The old fantasy film Lady Hawk? What a great film, fun film that was. Anyway, we're continuously expanding. We've got a whole bunch. Like I know, for instance, Maggie has almost the entire season of Rings of Power season 2. So you can go through the entire season there with commentaries from folks. And again, more of this we're doing all the time. So that's another, as I say, little side project of Signum Studios. Also, as a little bonus to our collaboratory subscribers, if you want to watch Rings and Realms, which of course is available on YouTube, but it's very long form, so it's available on YouTube with many commercial interruptions. But here in the collaboratory, you can watch them uninterrupted, so that's pretty fun. Anyway, so these are the things that Signum Studios is doing. There is so much potential for Signum Studios. I can see Signum Studios growing even further. I think in some ways, I think of some of the things we do and can do for Signum Studios is it's almost like a film adaptation of like a scholarly book or something. There are so many things, so many ways in which an excellently produced video can make again just an incredibly engaging way to interact with maybe it's something again published in a book, maybe it's something done in a course, to have like film versions of courses and books and other ideas. It's just phenomenal. You can do on film really well so many things that it's hard to do in other media, especially to do so efficiently. Now, the downside, the challenge of Signum Studios is that it's a lot of work. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and therefore requires a lot of resources and a lot of money, which is why we're doing the production giving project that I mentioned. Having donors join with us to support Signum Studios and the really incredible work that they are doing. I would also add, we are always interested in video editors who would like to get involved in helping. Video editing is a major need for Signum Studios there as well. Anyhow, that's it is the Signum Studios, such an important part of what we do at Signum. Let me actually hang on a second. I was going to share. Actually, let me just change my mind. Let me go back to that. Okay, let me go back to BlackBerry. Because the other thing that we do at Signum, on our other major elements, is events. Now, our Signum events are a critical supplement to our core vision. I just mentioned earlier today, online education is the core. That's why I founded Signum, because people were not using the internet enough for its full potential as an educational tool. And at Signum, we remain committed to using the magic of the internet as a way to do both, deliver content, but also to connect people. And there is great magic in that online community. But there's also nothing quite like being together, being in a room together. And so years ago, we began our events program. Mythmoot was our original event. And the opportunities that we have been able to create to give people the opportunity to spend a day or several days in the company of people who love what you love and who get all of your jokes and references, and with whom you can immediately jump into discussions as geeky as you could possibly want. It is such a refreshment to the spirit to be able to spend days like that. And so our events program has been working to create as many possibilities for that as we possibly can. Mythmoot is our original event. This is still our centerpiece of every year. In the middle of the year, at the end of June 25th through 28th this year, is Mythmoot. Mythmoot is not just a conference. Mythmoot is a retreat. For Mythmoot, you come to Mythmoot for it's like 3.5 days. You arrive on Thursday, and then we start hanging out on Thursday night, and then it goes through all day Friday and all day Saturday, and then much of the day on Sunday. But you show up on Thursday. We hold it at the National Conference Center in Leesburg, Virginia, which is a really fun venue. And it really is. The National Conference Center is this concrete building like the size of a Spice Guild Highliner, and you go into it and you enter into our little like underground enclave, which you feel like you'll probably never find your way out of again, but don't worry, we can help you keep from getting lost. We haven't lost any. No Mythmoot attendee has yet wandered off and died of starvation, I promise. But you kind of enter into our like underground network, and then just you're in a different world. Right? It's just an incredibly refreshing retreat, being with great people, having amazing conversations, listening to wonderful presentations, being involved in fun and discussion, and then sitting around the fire pits until 3:00 in the morning afterwards, having wonderful conversation. This is Mythmoot, and this is our 13th Mythmoot this coming year. And it has been, as I said, has been the cornerstone of what we've done. But years ago, we decided that Mythmoot was so wonderful that not only do we want to do it that sort of thing more often, but we want to make it easier for more people to get to. Because although, the Mid-Atlantic region is as close to central as we could get for our whole global audience, it's still kind of far from a lot of people, and it's hard for a lot of people to travel. So we began our regional moot program, where we go around and we have little, usually one-day events in places all around America and also several places around the world as well. And speaking of our growth in the growth campaign, we have set a new record for the total number of regional moots in a year. In calendar year 2026, we're going to have 15 regional moots, which we've never done before. It is awesome. You can see here in the side margin here in Blackberry. These are just our upcoming moots, of course. We've already had a bunch this year. We've got Mountain Moot in Denver in May. We've got Willow Moot towards the end of May in Leuven, Belgium. Helcaraxa Moot up in Alaska, up to Fairbanks, Alaska in the beginning of August. Cascade Moot out in Portland, Oregon in the end of September. We've got Ranger Moot in the Cincinnati area, also in September. Euromoot in Prague in the beginning of October. There's one that's still missing. The registration isn't open yet because there are one or two details we're still finalizing. That's going to be Middle Moot in Kansas City. New England Moot here next to me up in New Hampshire. That's going to be at Studio Lab, where Maggie and I have spent so many hours filming. In the same room where we film Rings and Realms is where we hold the conference. Carolina Moot, going back to Charlotte, North Carolina, which we haven't been there in years. So we're going to be in Charlotte in early November. And then Motown Moot up near Detroit, our first Michigan Moot in early December of 2026. And then, of course, Kiwi Moot down in Wellington in February of next year. So many things that are coming up. Not only have we been expanding our regional moots in number, we've also been expanding in concept as well. What started off as just a few one-day moots scattered in different places has become now in several places we're doing multi-day conferences. Not just a single day moot, but a multi-day conference. Osmoot down in Australia and next year in New Zealand is also a 3-day conference. Europe, we were doing several little regional moots in Europe, and we had people traveling from all over Europe to attend those. So we wanted to make the opportunity to have a longer Europe moot. So if people are traveling, from like people traveling down from England to Germany for Stuttmoot, for instance, down in Stuttgart, Germany last year, we wanted people to be able to stay longer. So our Prague moot, our Euro moot is also going to be a 3-day moot. We had our first 3-day Euro moot last year in Cardiff, Wales. So anyway, Ranger Moot also, that's in America, but that's a 3-day moot. That one is our outdoor moot where you can come and it's take place in a Boy Scout camp. So you can come and you can camp on site, and you can do, we have like archery and axe throwing, and there's going to be like blacksmithing this year too. As well as, other kind of like hiking adventures and things like that we do at Ranger Moot. Really, really fun stuff. That one's coming up in September. So, and then this coming year in 2027, we have, we are experimenting with an entirely new expansion of the events program. Which is our Kiwi Moot. So on the one hand, Kiwi Moot itself, the moot itself is Osmoot in New Zealand. It is going to be our 3-day moot, just like we've been doing at Osmoot, and it's going to be amazing. A wonderful, wonderful long weekend in Wellington we have planned for Kiwi Moot. But in addition, we have also attached to Kiwi Moot as an optional add-on the opportunity to do a full 2-week trip around a little 2-week expedition around New Zealand. To see New Zealand, we're going to go to Hobbiton and have a banquet at the Green Dragon. We're going to be exploring all over the North Island and the South Island, seeing bunches of just the gorgeous scenery of New Zealand, as well as filming sites from the Lord of the Rings films. We're going to be having readings and discussions in lots of places as we travel around together. It's going to be really, really amazing. Now, we knew that this was a really cool idea when we announced that we were going to do this Kiwimoot expedition, this New Zealand expedition around Kiwimoot. And I knew that people would be interested in that, but of course I also knew it was going to cost a lot of money because, you got to fly down to New Zealand first, and that already costs a lot of money from America or Europe. And then from there, it's going to, we're going to be 2 weeks traveling around. So I was like, well, so we knew lots of people would be interested. And we were pretty sure that many people would be able to join us. So we were really excited about it. Imagine our surprise when we opened our registration for Kiwimoot and for the expedition, and we sold out in less than 48 hours. It was very surprising. And the result of that, of course, has been that dozens of people who really, really wanted to join us for Kiwimoot and for the expedition haven't been able to do it because we sold out right away. And we do have a hard cap. Like we can't just infinitely expand our number of people in the group. So one thing I wanted to say about that, if you do happen to be one of the people who missed the unexpectedly narrow window, I did not expect the window to be that narrow. I thought we would sell out. I did not think we would sell out overnight. But for those of you who missed that window, I want to let you know, we are already thinking towards a second expedition. We don't want to turn anybody away. We want to give everybody who wants to do this the opportunity to do it. So we're already thinking about the possibility of a second expedition. I don't have exact details on that yet, but we want to be able to do this with everybody who wants to do it, because again, many people, many Tolkien fans have many of you may have done, many others of you may have thought of doing this kind of a New Zealand trip, right? It's on the bucket list of many. And the opportunity to do that, to combine those two things, to combine that dream trip with that experience of being in the company of people who get all your references and who love these things as much as you do, being able to travel around with that kind of community and have this kind of trip is just going to be really priceless. So we want to make sure that we make that available to everybody who wants to do that. So as again, more details will be forthcoming about second expedition, but I think I'm pretty sure that that's going to happen. So events, so many events going on at Signum. And so I hope that you avail yourselves of the opportunity to connect with folks, with your space preceptors and space classmates and other people who attend the same broadcasts that you do and everything else that we do at Signum. These little oases of community that we are able to build through our events program is really, really exciting. Okay, so now let me shift over one more time. I'm just about done now. Let me go back to my... Okay, Signum Press and studios and events we talked about. We are moving into the exciting future of Signum University. Our growth campaign has begun and is really building momentum. We are excited for you to be a part of it. How can you be a part of it? How can you be a part of our growth campaign? Well, the first one, enroll as a student. Try a space module or tutorial or apply to our graduate program. There are so many ways for you to be involved. Subscribe in the collaboratory. There are lots and lots of ways for you to get plugged in. And any way that you can be a part of that, of course, it will be just a delightful augmentation of our community. You can join our team as a donor as well. If your vision for the future of education resonates with ours, we would love to work with you. One thing I would emphasize there is Signum's efficiency. Signum can do so much with so little money. I think about campaigns that other schools run. again, like I mentioned before, capital campaigns like we're going to build a building. And, they'll be saying things like I've seen fundraising pitches from these places, and they'll say ridiculous things like, for every $1 million we raise. And I'm like, how are you finishing that sentence? Like, when you're trying to raise $35 million and the goal, like what you will achieve with the raising of that $35 million is the erection of a building on a campus, right? That will, and look, campuses are great. Buildings are important. I'm not saying that building buildings is totally pointless, but I do say that buildings have a limited reach. And one of the other concepts of Signum, the two things that combined to excite me about starting a new university at the beginning was, as I mentioned first, just wanting to utilize the internet as a tool better for education. But the other was realizing that we have here a solution to the tuition problem in America. If you want to change the game, if you want to end the days of, and our tuition for the year is $98,000, you need to totally change your approach. And our approach was, let's skip the campus part and all of the millions and millions and millions of dollars that go into building and supporting that. So $1 million goes to contribute one portion of one building, or what they need to maintain like one or two buildings a year. I said a few months back that if somebody were to donate to Signum the equivalent of the heating bill money, like the money that a regular university spends on heating its buildings, we could run our entire university budget on that, easily. Money goes so much further at Signum University. In order to make a big impact at another school, you've got to donate $500,000, $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, right? If you do that at a regular brick and mortar, they'll pat you on the head and they'll be like, yes, thank you for supporting this one thing for 1 year. Man, with that kind of money, we can transform the infrastructure of Signum University. And gifts to the growth fund, like $1,000 or $5,000 or $20,000, go an incredibly long way. You'll remember I mentioned that we have received $98,000 so far towards our growth fund this year so far. And remember that list of projects that I talked about. We have taken down the price of Mythmoot. We are supporting Signum Productions. We are supporting our space leadership team. We are supporting our Signum leadership team. We are enabling our outreach and marketing to be able to spread the word about Signum. All of those things. We're not done with any of them, but we have begun supporting each one of those things on that $98,000 alone. And there are more needs that we have, and there is so much more that we can do, and we can make our donor contributions go further than you would imagine. The third thing, of course, way in which you can get involved is just to spread the word. As I mentioned, tell people. Post on it in social media, but don't just post on it in social media. Tell people that you know who would love our courses, people who would be interested to learn about this. Let people know that we exist and point them to our stuff. It would be phenomenal. The recording of my State of the University address, where I give the whole big vision pitch for, where we are and what we're doing at Signum, is pinned to our YouTube channel. That's a great place. The Signum University YouTube channel, therefore, is a really great place to send people who just want to learn more about what on earth is this and what we're doing. So anyway, thank you so much to all of you and all of your support. supporting us as students, supporting us as donors, supporting us as friends and members of our community. We have loved operating in community with you for the last 13 going on 14 years now, and there is so much more to come, and we're so glad to have you be a part of that. All right, thanks everybody. Thanks for attending both our showcase earlier on and my updates now, and stay tuned for much more coming up from Signum University. I will sign off now and say goodbye. I'll see people around at broadcasts coming up, and we'll be seeing you guys in space classes and at events and all kinds of places. So thank you, everybody, and we will see you guys soon. Bye now.